Chapter 26-29. You can only take the treasures corresponding to the ruler, understand? Everyone nodded. Even without the clay figurine's warning, they wouldn't dare to take treasures that were worth more than their contribution points. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Looks like you understand this very well, but I still have to explain, the clay figurine said. If you take treasures that are worth more than your contribution points, you will be attacked by the time wilderness. When that time comes, all of you will die here. No one will be spared, understand? Everyone's pupils constricted upon hearing this. The dark heavenly god asked, wait, if someone else takes it, we will also be implicated, right? The clay figurine replied indifferently, yes. The power of the time wilderness is too powerful. Unless a ruler is present, no one will be able to control it. Once it is activated, it will be an indiscriminate and destructive attack. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Weren't the consequences a little too severe? If one of them made a stupid mistake, everyone would be buried with him. Now, everyone who was about to charge forward was hesitant and didn't dare to do so. If a group of people charged forward and one of them made a mistake, everyone else wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. If they stayed here, they would still be able to hide in the small boat before the disaster struck. The dark heavenly god pondered for a moment before saying, how about this? Each of us will go alone, and we'll draw lots to decide who goes first. Everyone would take turns going alone. If someone made a stupid mistake, they would only be harming themselves and wouldn't be able to affect anyone else. Unfortunately, no one responded to him. That's easy for you to say. The first person to go will be able to exchange for the best treasures of the same level. It's not fair to just draw lots. The red snow sword shook its head. It was also a treasure that required 300 contribution points. There was a difference in power between the treasures. The first person to go would naturally have an advantage. Those who went later could only suffer in silence. Who would be willing to draw lots to decide who went first? The dark heavenly god harumphed. Then what do you think we should do? Just as everyone was debating, two figures emerged from the crowd. They were Bai Yun Hongxian and Golden Eye Gentleman. The latter laughed. Please wait here, I'll go first. Everyone's expressions shifted. Who would be willing to wait here foolishly? So be it. I hope the special cultivator doesn't do anything stupid. The more contribution points he has, the bigger the treasure. Dark Sky Deity gritted her teeth and charged forward. Just like that, the people who hadn't reached an agreement immediately swarmed over. Su Yu took a step forward, but when his gaze fell upon the golden-eyed Langjun and his daughter, he hesitated before taking a step back. He might not understand others, but how could the golden-eyed Langjun not understand him? He was a man full of ambition and scheming. Just now, there was a chance that they could reach an agreement, but it was golden-eyed Langjun who took the initiative to ruin it. As a result, everyone rushed over. Su Yu would never believe that he had no ulterior motives. They were about to reach the tree. Su Yu's heart stirred, and a beautiful space domain was displayed. His body turned into a puddle of water. In an instant, he arrived under the tree. Yang Ran also arrived at the same time. She looked at Su Yu in surprise, then suddenly realized something. You really came? Apart from Su Yu, who else could use her space domain? Su Yu nodded hurriedly. Before the others arrived, he immediately took out Empress Star Rain's proof of contribution and placed it on the highest treasure. It was a purple ring, carved with the insights of many pathmasters. Traces of destructive power seeped out from it, turning into purple light that scattered all over the sky. Half of the sky was occupied by the purple light. It was the third-ranked treasure among all the Dominator treasures. It required 500 contribution points. Dark Sky Deity, who saw this scene from afar, cursed angrily, retreat. He's up to no good. Red Snow Sword's eyelids twitched wildly. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. His heart was also filled with anger. Did the representative sent by Empress Star Rain think that if I can't get it, no one else can either? His contribution points were pitifully low, but he deliberately took the third-ranked ring, hoping to take the opportunity to trigger the attack of the time wilderness. The people who were swarming over immediately retreated like the tide. Golden-eyed Lang Jun, who was being carried by Yun Hongxian, kept retreating. In a low voice, he said, "Hongxian, what's going on?" Bai Yun Hongxian pursed her lips and said, "Someone has arrived first and is preparing to trigger the attack of the Time Wilderness." "What?" Golden-eyed Lang Jun had a murderous look on his face. "Damn it, who ruined my plan?" Everyone ran for their lives, fearing that the formation behind them would attack them. However, to their surprise, the formation of the Time Wilderness had not been activated for a long time. When they looked back, Su Yu had taken off the purple gold ring and was holding it in his hand. It had not triggered any attack from the Time Wilderness. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then they understood. Could it be that Empress Star Reign's people have successfully obtained 500 contribution points? That's impossible. Red Snow Sword was the most shocked. Our Empress only obtained 430 points. 430 points was already the highest among them. Unexpectedly, Su Yu's was even higher. It had reached 500 points. "Put it down. That treasure is mine." Dark Sky Deity was furious. Before he came, the descendant of the Dominator had told him that he must obtain the third-ranked purple light-killing ring. With this ring, he would be invincible in the battle for the Dominator. As for the first-ranked and second-ranked treasures, no one would be able to obtain them. Because the required contribution points were astronomical, and no descendant of the Time Master could collect them. But they had already retreated a lot, putting a long distance between them. Su Yu had plenty of time to leave. He looked at Yangran beside him. She was still hesitating about which treasure to choose. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then grabbed her shoulder and said, "Come with me." Yangran said in surprise, "Wait, Senior, I haven't chosen yet. It's too late." As she cried out, Su Yu activated the space domain and fled. He did not return to the ship, but instead headed deep into the Time Wilderness. Yangran was furious. Even if she respected Su Yu and wanted to borrow his strength. But Su Yu had taken her away from the Dominator's treasure without permission, causing her to lose her first choice. She could not help but be angry. That was the key to determining the outcome of the battle between the descendants of the Dominator. Su Yu had ruined it. "Let go of me," Yangran shouted, struggling to break free from Su Yu's hand. Especially when she found that the group of people had already reached the snowy mountain and had begun to exchange for the Dominator's treasures, she was anxious and resentful. She wanted to slap Su Yu on the spot. How could he be so despicable? Chapter 2630. Soon, the tree completely disappeared from sight. Only then did Su Yu slowly stop and stand in front of a mountain peak. He turned and looked into the distance. Yangran was released, and her face was full of anger. "Senior, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately making an enemy out of Xiaohao?" Su Yu raised his finger and pointed into the distance. "Take your time, and you will understand." "Look at what?" Yangran stared into the distance, but there was nothing there. At this moment, on the snowy mountain, everyone swarmed over, almost scrambling to exchange their certificates for the Dharma treasures they needed. Everyone was very cautious. They would only take treasures that were lower than their contribution points, and they would not dare to overstep their boundaries. However, there was one person who exceeded everyone's expectations. That was the golden-eyed gentleman. At his command, Biyun Hongxian flew to the top of the tree and picked up the number 1 treasure. Seeing this, the rest of the people turned pale with fear. It was impossible for anyone to gather enough contribution points for the number 1 treasure. The Dark Sky Deity was furious. "Put it down." With a roar, the Dark Sky Deity's body erupted with 2 opposing forces, darkness and light. Light and darkness, the 2 forces annihilated each other, turning into a blurry state of ashes that rained down on Biyun Hongxian. The power was comparable to that of a Pathmaster. Biyun Hongxian was only at the level of a yellow Pathmaster, so how could she avoid it? However, at the critical moment, Biyun Hongxian avoided it as if she had foreseen it. The attack that was supposed to kill missed. Then, she casually stretched out her hand and plucked the most powerful Dharma treasure. As soon as the treasure left the tree, the wilderness of time began to shake violently. The clear sky suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Countless flames fell from the sky, pouring over everything within a radius of billions of miles. The terrifying flames were enough to destroy everything. Even if a Pathmaster was here, he would be annihilated in an instant. The dark sky deity turned pale with fright. She did not even care about the treasure in her hand, and crushed an extremely high-grade life-saving treasure. The treasure engulfed her figure, and before the flames fell, it turned into a residual shadow and flew towards the small boat. However, before she arrived, a sea of fire descended on the shore. A blood-curdling wail erupted, and even the powerful heavenly god was instantly incinerated into nothingness by the sea of flames. The same scene appeared in every corner. In this moment of crisis, all of the Hegemon descendants used secret arts to flee for their lives. But in the end, without exception, they were all engulfed into ashes by the raging flames that fell from the sky. Ah! You two bitches! Endless screams, countless hateful curses, and countless ashes interweaved in the raging inferno. Only an extremely small number of sovereign representatives were fortunate enough to avoid the flames and escape into the depths of the wilderness of time. As for Golden-Eyed Playboy and Bai Yunhongxian, they were able to predict the future. Every step they took was in front of the falling flames. As if he was walking on flat ground, he easily avoided all the descending flames. Before the entire land was engulfed in flames, he calmly left that area. Looking back, it had turned into a living hell. All of the Hegemon representatives had perished here. As for the pine tree with the sovereign treasure sealed within it, it was burned to a crisp by the Time Wasteland attack. The many Dharma treasures on it all flew in all directions like shooting stars. Golden-Eyed Playboy raised his head, his eyes following one of them. That one, go after it. That was the number one sovereign treasure. Although Bai Yunhongxian had taken it just now, she had not been able to get it. The moment the raging inferno descended, the treasure flew out of her hands. Bai Yunhongxian nodded and hurried over. At the same time, on a distant mountain peak, Yangran, who had been furious, stood where she was, her face pale. She could not help but tremble in fear. In her senses, the auras of the representatives of the Hegemons disappeared one after another. All of them had perished in the sudden heavenly fire. Suyu said slowly, "Do you know why now?" Yangran came back to her senses and knelt down without hesitation, kowtowing repeatedly. "Senior, I am unable to repay you for saving my life." How could she not understand that Suyu had noticed something was amiss, so he had immediately taken her away? Otherwise, she would not have been able to escape in time if she had stayed to pick up the items. Recalling how she had almost spoken harshly to Suyu, Yenran's face was full of shame. She kept apologizing. "I was foolish. Please punish me, senior." Suyu's expression was indifferent. "For the sake of our acquaintance, I saved your life." As soon as she looked up, she saw a meteor flying over her head. Suyu reached out and grabbed it. A space domain descended and grabbed it. When he took it back to his palm, he saw that it was a talisman. The talisman was an early-stage Heaven Law Master-level defensive treasure. Once it was used, it could block a blow from the Heaven Law Master. It was one of the lowest-level sovereign magical treasures in existence. Suyu put it in his pocket and stared at the scattered stars in the sky. He said, "If you don't mind, can you come with me to search for those scattered treasures?" Yangran also noticed that many sovereign treasures were scattered in all directions, waiting for people to snatch them. Among all the sovereign representatives, only Suyu, Yangran, and a few others were left. All of those treasures belonged to them. Yenran's heart skipped a beat. She was wild with joy. "As you wish, senior." Suyu's eyes flickered as he fled in all directions with Yangran in his arms. In fact, Suyu's target was not the sovereign treasures. He was looking for Luo Shuai in the process of searching for the sovereign treasures. The reason he brought Yangran with him was that he wanted to use her identity as the descendant of the Space Master to hide his space domain ability. Otherwise, he would have used the space domain alone. The Time Master would have been able to detect the abnormality of Suyu's identity immediately. On the contrary, with Yangran around, even if the Time Master saw it, he would take it for granted that it was Yenran's space domain. After all, They were in the wilderness of time. Suyu had to be cautious. The two of them were chasing a star, speeding through the wilderness. Just like its name, the wilderness of time was barren. There was no existence of time at all. Everything was the same. They were speeding here, unaware of the passage of time. Suyu took the opportunity to search for Luo Shuai. Along the way, he occasionally found many people who were exiled here. They were probably like Luo Shuai, people who were valued by the Time Master and thus trapped here. Unfortunately, Luo Shuai was not among them. After an unknown period of time, they finally caught up with the speeding star. When he grabbed it, he saw that it was a low-level offensive treasure, which looked like a staff. It was also a one-time offensive treasure, containing the strength of an early-stage heavenly lore master. Suyu grabbed it and threw it to Yangran. Chapter 2631. Suyu said, "Take it, there are still many more treasures behind." Only by giving her some benefits would she have something to accompany Suyu in his search for Luo Shuai. Suyu stared at the place where the second star had fallen and continued to move forward. Yangran was eager to try and look forward to it. Soon, the second star was found. It was a treasure worth 400 contribution points. Among the 49 treasures, it was considered a mid-level treasure. However, it was an auxiliary treasure, and its function was to forcefully take away a treasure of the same level from the opponent. Suyu accepted it, and Yangran did not have any objections. Then, he found the third treasure. Suyu gave it to Yangran, and the latter beamed with joy. The two of them ran here and there, looking for scattered Dominator treasures. Half a day later, they had found 20, almost half of all the Dominator treasures. However, Luo Shuai was still nowhere to be found. Could it be that Luo Shuai was not exiled in the wilderness of time? Suyu thought to himself. Right at that moment, Yangran suddenly raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, "Strange, they are still alive." She flew over and stood on a cliff. Looking down at the canyon beneath his feet, he could vaguely see two silhouettes carefully picking up a fallen star. "You two, come here." Yenran's face turned cold as she scolded them. The faces of the golden-eyed playboy and Biyun Hongxian changed, and they looked at the top of the cliff in awe. "Lord Yangran." Biyun Hongxian pursed her red lips slightly, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. The golden-eyed playboy was slightly calmer, and he said with a smile, "Lord, you are safe and sound. We can finally rest assured." The father and daughter took the star, flew up the cliff, and stood in front of Yangran respectfully. The golden-eyed playboy held up the Dominator treasure and handed it over, saying, "Lord Yangran, please accept it." Yangran did not take it, but stared coldly at Biyun Hongxian. His eyes were filled with a cold light. Traces of murderous intent could be faintly seen in them. "Let me ask you first, how did you two survive?" Yangran squinted and asked suspiciously. Even Dowlords would die a graveless death before such might, let alone two tiny Dowlords like them. Golden-eyed Lang Jun had a look of lingering fear on his face. "Sir, you may not know this, but my father and I are proficient in some secret techniques. We were lucky enough to escape from the fire." The suspicion on Yenran's face dissipated. She knew that this pair of father and daughter had extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, Xiaohao wouldn't have asked them to follow him to the holy city to retrieve the treasure. "Is that so? In that case, do you know what caused such a drastic change?" The golden-eyed gentleman seemed to have been prepared for this. He replied smoothly, "Reporting to my lord, it was a ruler's representative. He coveted a high-grade ruler's magic treasure and plucked it without permission. This caused the wilderness of time to attack him." Yangran frowned. She looked at golden-eyed Lang Jun. Although she knew very well that golden-eyed Lang Jun was hiding something from her. But on the surface, there was nothing wrong with his answer. When Yangran looked at the ruler's magic treasure, she discovered that its grade was not low. It was a sovereign sword that ranked in the top 10. The might of this sword was comparable to a peak early-stage heavenly Dao Lord, and it was one of the most powerful treasures. Yenran's expression softened a little. She reached out and grabbed it, saying, "Thank you." But right at that moment, Suyu's soft voice sounded in her ears. "Don't touch that sword." But right at that moment, Suyu's soft voice sounded in her ears. Don't touch that sword. After experiencing the threat of death once, Yang Ran firmly believed in Su Yu's words. Almost at the instant he retracted his palm, a jade centipede with wings crawled out from under the sword. It was also a ruler's magic treasure. But it was of the lowest grade, and it contained the poison of a early-stage heavenly lawmaster. Not to mention biting it, even coming into contact with its poison would kill one on the spot. Creak. The centipede let out a fierce shriek as it missed its bite. It spread its wings and pounced towards Yang Ran with incredible speed. Yang Ran had already collected her thoughts. She took out a mirror with a cold look on her face. The mirror was a low-grade ruler's magic treasure, and it was a defensive treasure. The front of the mirror reflected the centipede. The latter immediately curled up, then petrified and fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. After being used once, the mirror also broke into pieces with a cracking sound. Yan Ran's face was cold. How dare you? She never dreamed that this pair of father and daughter would dare to harm her. If not for Su Yu's warning, she would have been hit. Golden-eyed Lung Juan's hollow eyes glanced coldly at Su Yu. Meddlesome guy. Speaking of which, it was this person who had taken Yang Ran away in advance. That was why Yang Ran was able to escape. In his plan, all the ruler's representatives, including Yang Ran, had to die. But Yang Ran was an exception. Before Yang Ran could attack in anger, Golden-eyed Lang Jun took out a scroll. There was an unknown bird drawn in the scroll. Golden-eyed Lang Jun threw it into the sky, and the bird flew out immediately, carrying the father and daughter away. Yang Ran was furious. She took out the attacking middle-level ruler's magic treasure and was about to activate it. But Su Yu stopped her. Forget it, finding the magic treasure is more important. Let's talk about our grudges after we leave the Time Wilderness. Yang Ran was furious, but Su Yu's words were reasonable. Now was not the time to waste time. Of course, the real reason was that Su Yu had deliberately let Bai Yun Hongxian go. After all, they were old friends. On the flying bird, Bai Yun Hongxian stood at the tail. Her pair of golden eyes stared at Su Yu, slightly frowning. Why did Su Yu stop Yang Ran? With a trace of doubt, Bai Yun Hongxian used her eye technique. Although Su Yu had hidden his true appearance, her eyes could see through the future and the past. With a little effort, she could see Su Yu's past. A scene remained in her mind. It was when Su Yu had not hidden his identity and was with Qin Xiana. They had discussed with each other to rescue a woman named Luo Shuari. After looking at it, Bai Yun Hongxian's eyes were full of shock. Su. She slowly closed her mouth and looked at her father behind her. Then, she quickly hid the surprise on her face. Su Yu. It was Su Yu. He still remembered her, so he stopped Yang Ran and let them go. Thinking of this, Bai Yun Hongxian's heart was filled with an indescribable joy and relief. It turned out that he had not forgotten her. All of a sudden, Bai Yun Hongxian seemed to have thought of something. She quickly plucked a feather from the bird. She sent a message through the feather, then threw it out. The feather flew silently behind her with the airflow. One of the feathers landed in front of Su Yu and fell into his arms. Su Yu picked up the feather thoughtfully and gently swept it. When he saw the content, his face changed. Chapter 2632. Su Yu immediately raised his head and looked in the direction where Bai Yun Hongxian had left. The latter smiled at him. Su Yu waved at her gratefully. Yang Ran saw this and frowned. Senior, don't be fooled by that little demon. She's not a good person. Oh. Su Yu didn't quite understand why Yang Ran had such a deep prejudice against Bai Yun Hongxian. She even wanted to kill her just now. In Su Yu's memory, Bai Yun Hongxian was actually very kind-hearted. She was the complete opposite of her sinister and vicious father. Well, let's go to another place. Su Yu changed the subject. His eyes swept around and immediately fell in the southwest direction. He activated the space domain and rushed in the southwest direction. Half a day later. In a mountain range. There was a faint sound of scolding. Su Yu remembered that voice. It was the voice of Red Snowsword. Get over there. Red Snowsword scolded. Su Yu stopped and looked down. He found Red Snowsword holding a whip, whipping a group of criminals imprisoned in the wilderness of time. They were being made to jump into a pool of boiling lava. The pool of lava was not formed naturally. It was caused by something extremely powerful hitting the ground. Was it a star? However, apart from the boiling lava in the magma pool, there was also a faint trace of extraordinary destructive power. It must have been the raging fire that fell from the sky just now that had merged into the pool of lava. Therefore, no criminal dared to go down. That was an existence that could burn an underground master into ashes in an instant. Who would dare to jump in? You, go down. Red Snowsword was a little anxious. He kicked a criminal into the pool of lava. The latter was immediately burned by the raging fire. He screamed and struggled to climb up. However, Red Snowsword stepped down and stepped him into the lava. Don't think about coming out until you pick up that thing, Red Snowsword scolded. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. Suyu saw it and secretly shook his head. This person was really not trustworthy. On the surface, he was kind, but when it came to interests, he showed his fierce side. However, Suyu was not concerned about him, but the criminals he had captured. Was Luo Shueri among them? His eyes swept over them one by one, but there was no trace of Luo Shuei. Could it be that he had been pushed into the magma pool and burned to death? Suyu immediately closed his eyes and tried to grasp Luo Shuei's fate. A moment later, a ray of light appeared in his mind. His fate was unusually stable, indicating that he was not dead. Senior, that pool of lava should contain a high-grade sovereign treasure, Yangran said with envy. If he could fish it up. Suyu was not in the mood to control the treasure, so he said, "There's no hurry. Let's look elsewhere." As he spoke, there was a sudden splash in the magma pool. A head popped out of the magma pool. A layer of hazy pink mist lingered on the surface of its head, making it look dreamy and illusory. Seeing her, Red Snowsword revealed a hint of joy. "You got it." The woman nodded. Under the protection of the pink mist on the surface of her body, she was unafraid of the boiling lava and slowly floated to the surface. That figure, that face, who else could it be but Luo Shui? It turned out that she was indeed forced to walk into the magma pool. It was only because the red dust Daoist master's domain was protecting his body that he was not burned by the raging flames. Luo Shui held a fiery red ring in his left hand. It was the second-ranked sovereign treasure, the Tianluo ring. It contained the terrifying blow of a middle-stage heavenly law master. Apart from the number 1 ranked magic treasure, there was nothing else that could block this attack. Red Snowsword snatched it, almost dragging Luo Shui to the ground. He held the Tianluo ring, his eyes filled with incomparable madness. Good. Good. This is great. The Tianluo ring is mine. He threw his head back and laughed 3 times, showing his extreme excitement. When he calmed down, he looked at the group of prisoners in front of him with a smile. With a smile on his face, he said, "I've already obtained the item. You can all leave now." The prisoners were wild with joy, turning to flee in all directions. However, no one noticed that the red snowsword had opened its mouth, and a small scarlet sword flew out of its mouth. Swoosh! The small sword flew out rapidly. With Red Snowsword as the center, it drew a circular sword trajectory in the air. Then, the prisoners who had not yet escaped were all beheaded on the spot. "Haha, I'm sorry. In order to keep the secret, I can only make you shut up for now." Red Snowsword chuckled. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a figure still standing there. "Hey, you're not dead yet." Red Snowsword was at the early stage of void nirvana. Among the people in front of him, the strongest was only at the peak of Yellow Dao Master. Red Snowsword looked at Luo Shui and said in surprise, "It's strange. Your Dream Realm domain can actually resist the burning of the fire. How rare." As he spoke, he secretly controlled the blood sword to stab out with his hands behind his back. Whoosh! With a sharp sword hum, the blood sword stabbed out. Luo Shui seemed to have expected such a sinister attack. The pink mist on the surface of her body turned into a shield and blocked it. "Hey!" This time, Red Snowsword became serious. "That's not your domain. Who's hiding in your body?" Luo Shui said coldly, "Scram," but the moment she opened her mouth, she exposed her own weakness. There was no power in her words. She could clearly feel that Luo Shui was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Is that so? What if I don't scram? Red Snow Sword sneered and activated the blood sword again. Another terrifying sword shadow attacked. Luo Shui tried to forcefully condense the pink mist, but this time, it was impossible. She had already used up a lot of the pink mist in the lava pool. Now that she had reached her limit, she no longer had the strength to mobilize the pink mist. Red Snow Sword sneered in his heart. This sword was enough to kill her. But at that moment, a space domain descended from the sky. The blood-colored sword shadow was immediately trapped in the center, unable to break through. Space domain. Red Snow Sword looked up and his expression changed. It's you. How could he have overlooked Su Yu, the first person to obtain the ruler's treasure? And Yangran, who was beside him, was the descendant of the space ruler. Red Snow Sword waved his hand and the blood sword flew back into his palm. Sir, why did you stop me from attacking? Su Yu landed in front of Luo Shui and said calmly, it's enough for you to get the Tianluo ring. Why must you be so ruthless? Now that we know you have the Tianluo ring, are you going to kill us as well? Red Snow Sword laughed. My little friend, you must be joking. You and I are both representatives of the rulers, why would we? Just as the word you was in midair, the blood-red residual shadow that had been trapped suddenly burst forth with an intense blood-red light. It forcefully broke through the space domain's blockade and shot toward Su Yu, who was close to it. Chapter 2633. Swoosh. The blood-red sword shadow penetrated Su Yu's body in an instant. Su Yu did not resist at all, and was killed just like that. However, before the person could rejoice, his face stiffened again. Because after Su Yu was killed, he turned into rays of light and dissipated. An illusion? No, not an illusion, Red Snow Sword said incredulously. He could confirm that what was killed just now was not an illusion, but a real existence. While he was in shock, he suddenly sensed a frightening aura of death behind him. Turning his head, he saw it was Su Yu. He slapped his back with his palm. Red Snow Sword was shocked at first, but then he calmed down. A mere Nirvana realm existence dared to challenge him? You overestimate yourself. Red Snow Sword turned and slashed. Their palms collided. What shocked Red Snow Sword was that his opponent's mysterious path power was not inferior to his. It was even slightly stronger than his own. Thud, thud, thud. The Red Snow Sword was forced back by the attack. Without thinking, he waved his blood sword. Just as he was about to attack, Red Snow Sword's body suddenly froze there, unable to move. His body, starting from his palm, split into particles the size of dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned out that Su Yu's palm just now was not an ordinary palm energy, but a palm that contained the space realm. After that trace of the space realm entered his body, it disintegrated his body from the inside out into countless particles. Ah! The latter let out a scream, trying to activate the Tianluo ring that he had just obtained. Yanran's eyes and hands were sharp. She used her space domain to teleport over and snatched the Heaven Luo ring. Even the Tianluo ring was gone. Red Snow Sword had nothing left to rely on. He screamed, "Stop, stop now. I have important information for the master representatives of the dream-interrupted realm." Su Yu pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. The space realm began to stop activating. With a single thought, it could start again. Don't try to deceive me, or you won't want to see the consequences, Su Yu said lightly. He somewhat believed Red Snow Sword's words. Because the domain representatives of the Heavenly Awakening Realm and the Nether Realm had gathered together to pluck the Master's treasure. There must be some information that the Realm of Dream Divided Realm did not have. The Red Snow Sword was restricted by Su Yu, so it didn't dare to act rashly again. It said dutifully, "The Great Master is seriously ill. In the Time Wilderness, there might be the time essence of the Great Master." Before Su Yu understood what the time essence was, Yangran had already cried out in alarm, "Impossible. Quintessence is the lifeline of a hegemon. Only when a hegemon is about to perish will his quintessence be lost. The Time Sovereign should still be healthy. How could he be facing death?" This news was truly earth-shattering. The Time Sovereign was about to die. "I'm not lying to you. The two strongest princes and princesses of the Heavenly Awakening Realm and the Nether Realm have asked the Fate Chief Sovereign to divine that the Time Chief Sovereign is seriously ill. Their guess is that the injuries left behind in the past have flared up again. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he believed 80% of his words. This was because, in order to capture Qinxiana last night, the Time Sovereign had rather ordered the entire city to search for her than personally appear. If he showed himself, he would be able to find Qinxiana with just a thought. Why didn't he show himself? The reason was worth pondering. The explanation before him explained everything. However, Su Yu did not dare to relax. The Time Sovereign was only seriously ill, not really dead. The decree didn't even contain the will of the Time Sovereign, and it was terrifying. Even if the Time Sovereign was dying, a thought could destroy the world. Where is the time essence? Yanran's eyes were burning with passion. It was something even more tempting than the treasure of the Time Sovereign. The red snow sword looked at Su Yu and said, "As long as you promise not to kill me, I can lead the way for you." Su Yu thought about it and prepared to search his soul. The red snow sword said, "Don't try to search my soul. I have already placed a talisman in my soul. Once someone searches my soul by force, my soul will destroy itself. At that time, no one will tell you the whereabouts of the time essence." He was still quite cautious. Su Yu thought about it and nodded slowly. "Okay, I can promise you." The red snow sword was relieved. He looked around and said, "Follow me." Su Yu took out the flying treasure and carried all of them on it. The red snow sword personally led the way, and Su Yu finally had a chance to comfort Luo Shui. At the moment, Luo Shui was extremely weak. However, his weary eyes were still fixed on Su Yu, and he did not even blink. Su Yu looked into her eyes and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Luo Shui's eyes were red, and she sat in the treasure, crying silently. Su Yu was deeply apologetic. She had protected Qinxiana and Su Cai until now, and was finally captured by the Time Sovereign because of them. Fortunately, the Time Sovereign was seriously injured and had not interrogated Luo Shui. Otherwise, she would have suffered even more unimaginable harm. "It's okay now." Su Yu patted her shoulder gently. "I will definitely get you out of here." Perhaps it was this sentence that crushed the last bit of strength in her heart. Finally, she could not help but lean on Su Yu's shoulder and burst into tears. Years of sadness were vented at this moment. Su Yu was speechless. He silently instilled mysterious path energy into her to help her recover from her injuries. Suddenly, Su Yu inadvertently sensed that there was a consciousness in Luo Shui's body that was slowly awakening. "It's you." How could Su Yu forget the mysterious red dust pathmaster? After the consciousness awakened, it went straight into Su Yu's soul. In Su Yu's soul, a sorrowful woman dressed in red was sitting on a willow tree. She stared at Su Yu and smiled gently. "It's been a long time, Su Yu." Su Yu had a complicated look on his face as he said, "Thank you for protecting Luo Shui. Without her help, Luo Shui would have died in the lava pool." "He, I once said that I would help Luo Shui win your heart. Do you remember?" the red dust pathmaster said meaningfully. Su Yu certainly remembered. Before they parted in the Dao Tai's stomach, the red dust pathmaster took over Luo Shui's body and escaped into the Star River. He swore that one day, Luo Shui would win Su Yu's heart. "It's impossible now," Su Yu said calmly. He already had Xiana and their child. It was impossible for him to entrust his heart to another woman. Is that so? I think it's still possible." The red dust path master smiled mysteriously. Su Yu frowned. How could he be so sure? "Very soon, you will understand." The red dust path master smiled faintly and withdrew from Su Yu's soul. Su Yu opened his eyes and saw Luo Shui's puzzled look. "Su Yu, what happened to you just now?" Luo Shui asked curiously. No matter how she called out to Su Yu, he couldn't hear her. "Oh, it's nothing," Su Yu said. His mind was filled with the lingering words of the red dust pathmaster. Would he give his heart to Luo Shui? Or could it be that there was something else in his heart? Chapter 2634. Looking at the endless wilderness of time, Su Yu thought about it slowly. How could he leave with Luo Shui? The clay man on the boat was the puppet of the Time Master. If he took the boat, would the Time Master detect him through the clay man? Or would he have to cross the river? Senior, if you can help me get the essence of time, I have a way to send your friend away. In order to fight, Yangran gritted her teeth and went all out. She took out a necklace from her neckline. The necklace was adorned with 81 round beads. Each bead was full and carved with a character from the heavenly book. This is a life-saving item given to me by the Space Master, Yangran said. If all 81 pearls are activated at the same time, we can activate the space domain of a ruler. Perhaps we might even be able to break through this wilderness of time. If we are discovered by the Time Master, I can activate this thing and take you away with me, Yangran said. Originally, Yangran had no intention of taking it out. However, this trip to obtain the essence of time could easily be discovered by the Time Master. If necessary, this thing must be used. When she escaped, she could take Suyu and the others away. Of course, this favor must be given, and she could get Suyu's help. Okay, but first, tell me, what is the essence of time? Suyu asked. Yangran did not hesitate to be discovered by the Time Master to obtain this thing, so it must not be simple. She pursed her lips, pondered for a moment, and said, the essence of time has only one function, to accelerate the evolution of the time domain. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes flashed slightly. As expected, he also wanted to obtain this thing. If he could upgrade the time domain to a high level, his strength would increase greatly. Okay, Suyu agreed. Yangran breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, she opened her palm and reluctantly handed over the second-ranked Qianluo ring. Give it back to you, senior. It was Suyu who defeated the red snowsword just now, so this thing should naturally belong to him. Suyu took it without hesitation. Glancing at the nonchalant red snowsword, his fingertips swept across the space domain, and he opened the space storage that the red snowsword had hidden in his arms. He took out all the things inside. The red snowsword's face turned bitter. He thought Suyu had overlooked it. 10. Yangran was surprised. There were a total of 10 Dominator treasures inside. They were all found by the red snowsword alone. Suyu casually took half of it and gave the other half to Yangran. She smiled and said, "Thank you, senior." Of the 49 treasures, 30 had fallen into the hands of the two of them. The other 19 should be in the hands of Golden-Eyed Langjun and Bai Yun Hongxian, who had planned this beforehand. Senior. Yangran wanted to say something but hesitated. Why don't you come with me and help Xiaohao ascend to the position of ruler? In that case, Xiaohao would be in control of all the treasures. Which descendant of a hegemon could possibly stand up to him? We'll talk about it later, Suyu said calmly. As the two of them conversed, Red Snowsword suddenly stopped the boat and reminded them telepathically, "Look ahead." Suyu and the others looked forward. However, in the wilderness of time in front of them, a huge crater appeared for no reason. It was as if a meteor had fallen and smashed down. Inside the sinkhole, crystal-colored flames spread. At the bottom, there was a crystal drop that looked like a teardrop, lying there quietly. Red Snowsword was excited. As the rumors say, the Time Master is seriously ill, and the time essence in his body has begun to wither. Yangran grabbed the drop of time essence with the power of the mysterious path. However, the strange thing was that the time essence seemed to be in another time and space. It was clearly in front of her, but Yangran couldn't catch it. Damn it. She tried many times in a row, but to no avail, which made Yangran a little anxious. The longer they stayed here, the more danger they would be detected by the Time Master. I'll do it. Suyu stood on the boat, staring at the sinkhole quietly. From his point of view, the flames in the sinkhole were emitting a power that interfered with time. It made time go forward, go backward, and freeze. Yangran didn't understand the time realm, so she couldn't avoid the interference. He stretched out his palm, and a time realm was slowly displayed. Freeze. The time in the surroundings, including the boat, was also frozen in time. His time realm was superior to the power of time of the flames. Therefore, it was easily suppressed. In this way, Suyu was unhindered. He raised his hand, and the drop of time essence flew back to his palm. When Suyu was about to look at it, Suddenly, another drop of time essence emerged from the bottom of the sinkhole. Hey! Suyu looked at Yangran and the others, who were frozen, and flew to the bottom of the sinkhole. He took out the second drop of time essence that emerged. As a result, the third drop emerged from the same place. It was as if there was a spring under the ground, constantly gushing out the time essence. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot, shattering the big earthquake. In a crack, he could clearly see a broken long hair buried in the ground. It was from the long hair that a steady stream of time essence emerged. Is this the hair of the Time Master? Suyu was shocked. Seeing that the time freeze was about to end, he hid the hair and the 2 extra drops of time essence. Then he returned to the flying boat as if nothing had happened, maintaining the posture of collecting the time essence. At this moment, the time freeze ended. Yangran only felt that Suyu in front of her seemed to shake, and then she saw the time essence in his palm. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I got it. Suyu handed the time essence to her. The latter was pleasantly surprised, and a trace of doubt in her heart was washed away. Anyway, the time essence was in her hand, so why should she care so much? Okay, let's go, Yangran said hurriedly, not daring to stay after getting the time essence. Let's go back to the clay figurine boat first. If the Time Master can detect that Luo Shui has been taken away, it won't be too late for me to use the treasure of the Space Master. Suyu certainly had no objection. A drop of time essence in exchange for Yangran using the treasure of the Space Master was a good deal for him. However, the flying boat had just turned around. The sky above their heads suddenly turned fiery red. The sky was like a red-hot molten iron, pouring down in torrents. The attack of the time wilderness. They had touched something that they shouldn't have touched and alarmed the Time Master. Yenran's face was pale. She had no choice but to crush her own treasure of the Space Master. Suddenly, all 81 round beads exploded, and 81 lines of the heavenly book gathered together, condensing into a pair of giant hands made of words. The giant hands went up against the sky, grasped the sky, and then forcefully tore it apart on both sides. Crack. A crack was torn in the sky. Waves of familiar aura from the outside world poured in crazily. The half-real world of the Time Master was really broken. Chapter 2635. How could Suyu and the others dare to hesitate? A group of people rushed out immediately. Yangran and Suyu reacted the fastest. They activated the space domain at the same time and passed through the crack in an instant. Red Snow Sword was a little late. When he arrived at the crack and was about to go through, the sun in the sky suddenly turned into a cold and emotionless eye. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the half-true world? As soon as the words were spoken, thunder roared. The 2 palms that were made up of 81 characters were immediately shattered into sparks. The crack that had appeared closed immediately. No. Red Snow Sword yelled and rushed over. Unfortunately, he still failed. But Red Snow Sword was not worried about being trapped in the wilderness of time forever, but about facing that eye. It was formed by the will of the Time Master. Master, I am the representative of the heavenly awakening realm's Brahma Sky Great Emperor. I have come to exchange for the treasure of the Time Master. Please let me go, Red Snow Sword said in fear. The eye slowly closed and turned into a sun again. From beginning to end, it did not look at Red Snow Sword. It was as if in its heart, Red Snow Sword was just an ant. Red Snow Sword's whole body was wet with sweat. The Time Master did not say a word or even look at him, but he still had the illusion that he was walking on the edge of destruction. Fortunately, the Time Master did not care about him at all. That was why he was lucky enough to survive. He wiped the cold sweat off his body and prepared to return to the River of Time and take a small boat back. But just as he was about to leave, a sigh echoed between heaven and earth. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. I am not dead yet, and you dare to covet my essence of time? The voice came from nowhere, sweeping across heaven and earth. It could be heard in every corner. Red Snow Sword listened. He slowly closed his eyes, and the vitality and soul in his body suddenly disappeared like a candle flame being blown out. His body also turned into sparks and dissipated in the air. A sigh could kill people from thousands of miles away, Su Yu, Yangran, and Luo Shui escaped the crack with great difficulty. They found themselves in the sky above the sacred city. Not far below their feet was the entrance to the Hall of Masters. The two did not dare to hesitate and were about to leave. However, a faint sigh could be heard. Yangran screamed in pain, her body trembling uncontrollably. His soul and life force were diminishing at a visible rate. It was the same for Su Yu. He felt as if the flame of his life had been blown away by a gust of wind. Fortunately, the voice was extremely faint, almost undetectable. They only felt a momentary pain. Yangran's face was pale and there was a lingering fear on her face. Without a doubt, that faint sigh belonged to the ruler of time. Fortunately, she decisively activated the magic treasure and directly left the time wilderness. Otherwise, the consequences of facing the sovereign sigh would be unimaginable. Su Yu composed himself and said, "Let's go back to the upper palace." The three of them returned. The two of them had a tacit understanding that they didn't mention what had happened in the wilderness of time to the other hegemon descendants. Only they themselves knew about the many treasures they possessed. In the guest room, Qin Xiana and Luo Shui hugged each other and cried, "I'm sorry, Sister Shui. I've made you suffer." Qin Xiana felt extremely guilty and didn't know how to make it up to Luo Shui. Su Xiaoya was grinning from ear to ear, and her small face was overflowing with pleasant surprise. She looked at Su Yu with a gentler look and less indifferent look. Luo Shui was very familiar with the mother and daughter. She poked Su Xiaoya's nose teasingly. "If you want to repay me, then be my daughter." "Okay, he. Su Xiaoya threw herself into her arms, smiling. "By the way, how long will I be gone?" Su Yu asked. Qin Xiana said, "Just one night." Just one night. He had waited in the Hall of Masters for half a month, and he had spent a lot of time in the wilderness of time. However, time was frozen in the wilderness of time. As a result, there was only one night left for Su Yu to leave. "Why do you ask, brother Yu?" Qin Xiana asked. Su Yu thought about it and said, "I think the time ruler might really be at her limit. The time crystals of the transfer order, the falling hair. There was also the upcoming competition for the time ruler. Everything pointed to the imminent fall of the time ruler. However, why was the time ruler injured? After killing the ancient god Juyu, the time ruler should not have fought with any strong men. Where did the injury come from? I think the wilderness of time was prepared by the time ruler to delay the injury," Su Yu said. "Only in the frozen domain of time would the injury on her body be fixed." "Oh," Qin Xiana said with a poker face, "in that case, the time ruler will not leave the wilderness of time easily." Su Yu was quite sure of this. "For the next 6 months, everyone will cultivate here in peace," Su Yu said. He had to wait for the 9 moons to align in half a year, for the day when the ancient tomb of the demon faction appeared. After settling them down, Su Yu went to the secret room alone. He took out the hair of the time ruler. After a period of precipitation, 3 drops of time essence dripped from the hair. Together with the original 2 drops, there were 5 drops of time essence in total. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, trying to force more time essence out of the hair. However, none of the methods worked. It seemed that he could only wait for it to drip out. Just as he was thinking about other ways, a hoarse voice came slowly. "Don't waste your energy. You can't do anything to the hair of the time ruler." The air trembled slightly, and a strange old man suddenly appeared in front of Su Yu. His grey hair almost reached his waist, giving off an extremely disheveled feeling. His eyes were also closed. It was such an old man who ignored the restrictions outside the secret room and appeared directly in front of Su Yu. The old man stood quietly in front of Su Yu with a walking stick. However, Su Yu's expression was very calm, and he was not surprised at the appearance of the old man. "Oh, it seems that you knew I would appear. You even know who I am." The long-haired old man smiled calmly. Su Yu shook his head. "There are only a few people who do good deeds without leaving their names. You are obviously not one of them." At first, when he passed through the test of the giant mouth, it was obvious that he was about to be detected in the 8 domains, but it was very strange that the giant mouth did not detect it. It was the same for both tests. At that time, Su Yu knew that there was an invisible expert secretly helping him. Otherwise, he would have been exposed long ago. Therefore, Su Yu had been mentally prepared that this expert might come to him. There must be a reason for the other party to help him. Oh, you are really smart. No wonder you can come out of the time wilderness alive. The long-haired old man laughed hoarsely. Su Yu said calmly, "What I brought back from the time wilderness should belong to you, or what do you want? You can also say it." Chapter 26:36. He looked at the hair in Su Yu's hand, and then at Su Yu's space storage device. He knew everything that Su Yu had obtained. But he wanted it all. "What I want is a favor from you," Su Yu said calmly. "Elder, you are more than 100 times more capable than me. Why do you need to owe me a favor?" He had thought that the old man wanted to help him because he wanted to obtain something from the wilderness of time. It turned out that was not the case. "There is one thing that I can't do. I need you to do it for me." The old man slowly took out a wooden box. "I hope you can bring the wooden box to someone." Su Yu's eyes flashed. "Who?" The old man smiled. "When the master appears, the wooden box will react. You just need to carry it with you." Su Yu pondered for a moment and accepted the wooden box. "As a token of appreciation, I can help you a little." The old man's fingers gently touched the hair. The black strands of hair turned transparent. It was visible to the naked eye, full of drops of time essence. There were as many as 100 drops. "I have refined the hair for you. When the wooden box is handed over to the master, the time essence in the hair will flow out automatically. In other words, the 100 drops of time essence would only be handed over to Su Yu after he completed the task." After that, the old man smiled. "I wish you good luck." After waiting for him to leave, Su Yu touched the wooden box in his palm. Why did he think that I would meet the person he was waiting for? Su Yu was suspicious. The old man's strength was too mysterious. What he had told him was also puzzling. He thought for a moment and tried to open the wooden box. According to what he had thought, there must be a powerful seal inside the wooden box, making it difficult to open. Unexpectedly, Su Yu opened the wooden box with a light flick. Su Yu was startled and immediately looked into the wooden box, but it was empty. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu tried to check the wooden box itself. It was made of precious divine wood. But it was not unusual. The mysterious old man's focus was not on the wooden box. Su Yu couldn't figure it out for a moment. It was a little strange. Why did the old man say that when the wooden box met the person it was intended to give, it would react? With some doubts, Su Yu kept the wooden box properly. For the 100 time essence in the strand of hair, just a wooden box was not a problem at all. The time essence in the hair couldn't be counted on for the time being. But there were still 5 drops of time essence. With a thought, the 5 drops of time essence lined up in the air. Su Yu's soul probed into the first drop of time essence. In an instant, a profound comprehension of time surged into his soul. After some time, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. As expected of the Time Master, his comprehension of the realm of time is really extraordinary. Su Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He thought that his time domain was not bad. However, when he saw these insights, he realized that he had only scratched the surface of the Tao of Time. Time crystal. He made a grabbing motion with his palm. The eternal time of the world was grasped in Su Yu's palm. As he clenched his fist, the time actually condensed into a crystal. Su Yu was no stranger to such crystals. Time crystal. Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly. So this was how the time crystal came about. The Time Master could condense the time of the world into a crystal with a casual grab. Probably, in this world, apart from the Time Master, Su Yu was the second person who could create time crystals. Staring at the remaining time essence, Su Yu immediately closed his eyes, immersed himself in it, and continued to comprehend. Time passed slowly. Half a year later. In the training room where Su Yu was, there were already many time crystals that others coveted. There were no less than 300 million of them. However, the comprehension of half a year was not the most important thing. The most important thing was Su Yu's finger gently tapped in front of him, and a figure flickered out. It was a figure that was very similar to Su Yu. However, if one looked closely, one could still see the obvious difference. That was, this illusory Su Yu seemed to be slightly more mature than the original Su Yu. Their cultivations were almost the same. The illusory Su Yu turned around, looked at the original body, and said with satisfaction, as expected of the Time Master, "You can even cultivate this kind of time incarnation." Yes, the illusory Su Yu was a kind of time incarnation. He could summon Su Yu from a few months or even a few years later to the present time. Unfortunately, due to certain limitations, the strength of the time incarnation summoned by Su Yu did not change much. If the Time Master used it himself, he could even summon himself from millions or tens of millions of years later. Moreover, at that time, he would have more powerful strength. However, Su Yu had an advantage that the Time Master could never achieve. That was, the time incarnation created by the Time Master could only last for a cup of tea's time at most. It would be crushed by the current time. But Su Yu was different. The time incarnation created by him was also integrated with the soul realm's one thought to become real. In this way, his body could exist for more than a whole day. Original body, you have to strengthen your cultivation. If you can also summon your past self, it is equivalent to having the past, the present, and the future at the same time. 3 Su Yu, the time incarnation encouraged. 3 superimposed, it is terrifying to think about. 1 Su Yu was already powerful, but 3 Su Yu joined forces, and all 3 of them were connected. Each of them was resourceful and full of magical powers. That scene was probably a nightmare for any enemy. Su Yu rolled his eyes. "Will I be as talkative as you in the future?" The time incarnation laughed. "Fine, this is the first time we meet. When you are in trouble, you can summon me." After saying that, the time incarnation disappeared without the consent of the original body. This made Su Yu smile bitterly. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? The time incarnation did not listen to the orders of the original body at all, and even regarded himself as the future incarnation, faintly superior to him. However, as the future incarnation had said, the strongest comprehension of the Time Master was that the future, the present, and the past appeared at the same time and space. It was equivalent to 3 Time Masters fighting. This was one of the things that the other Masters feared the most about the Time Master. In a sense, the combat power of the Time Master was the most invincible. I wonder if the essence of time in that hair contains the comprehension of the past incarnation. Su Yu's eyes were full of expectation. After half a year of cultivation, Su Yu had gained a lot. After calculating the time, he immediately came out. In the guest room, Qin Xiana, Su Cai, Luo Shui, and Huang Fuyi were all cultivating seriously. With Su Yu's huge resources and the occasional guidance of the incarnation, the 4 of them made rapid progress in their cultivation. Especially Qin Xiana. She was the descendant of the ancient god Juyu, so her cultivation was unique. She did not even need to cultivate. With the divine fire of the 9 serenities devouring all kinds of precious martial arts resources, she could break through the realm. Chapter 2637. What else could Su Yu say besides feeling helpless about this kind of breakthrough method? Every time he broke through a realm, he would have to painstakingly search for all kinds of high-level martial arts resources. Qin Xiana, on the other hand, could break through without doing anything. Both of you are the descendants of the ancient gods. Why is there such a huge difference? Su Yu was a little disappointed. Apart from giving him the divine 9-dragon cauldron, the ancient god Jiulong needed Su Yu to fight for everything else. Even the most important 8 great domains of ancient god Jiulong had been achieved by Su Yu himself, one step at a time, and he had experienced countless dangers before he succeeded. Qin Xiana giggled. "What's mine is brother Yu's." Su Yu laughed. At that moment, Yarrow Guang's voice came from outside the door. "Senior, it's about time. Should we head out?" Today was the 9 moons linked Pearl Day, and it was also the place where the demonic sect's ancient tomb might appear. The 7 hegemon descendants of the Upper Palace all wanted to explore the Devil Path's ancient tomb. "Let's go." Su Yu took a deep breath. Saving Yunyazi had been Su Yu's wish for many years. This time, he had to achieve his wish. Xian wait here quietly, and don't leave the guest room, Su Yu instructed. Half a year had passed, and the search for Qin Xian and Su Xiaoya had long since died down. However, there was still plenty of time for the sovereign's personal guards to patrol the city. Don't worry, brother Yu, Qin Xiana said. She still had a sense of propriety. Su Yu looked at Su Xiaoya and said, Xiaoya, stay with your mother and don't be naughty, understand? Su Xiaoya tilted her head and said awkwardly, oh. Xiaoya, say goodbye to father, Qin Xiana said. Su Xiaoya stubbornly pursed her lips and didn't say a word. Although they had spent some time together, Su Xiaoya was still unable to accept him completely. It's fine. Su Yu shook his head and used his gaze to stop Qin Xiana, who was about to criticize Su Xiaoya. There's still a long way to go. Let's slowly mend our relationship. After leaving the guest room, Su Yu followed Yarrow Guang to the Great Hall. Yang Ran, Luluor, and the other hegemon descendants were waiting there. Senior Su, I'll be counting on you this time. Luluor smiled shyly. Su Yu nodded. No problem. The group of 8 arrived at the sacred city square. The place was already crowded with people. Many experts appeared one after another. Among them, there was no lack of early-stage Dao lords. There was even a faint flicker of the aura of a mid-stage Dao lord. Yarrow Guang and the others covered their bodies and faces with black robes. There would definitely be a mix of fish and dragons in this mission to kill the holy fiends. For many years, the Upper Palace had been enjoying all kinds of resources in the holy city, which would more or less cause some experts to be envious. They didn't dare to do anything in the sacred city. However, that might not be the case in the chaotic scene of the capture of a saint fiend. Therefore, it was best for them to hide their identities and not be discovered by others. The appearance of the holy demon has attracted the attention of many experts, Yarrow Guang said in a low voice. Yang Ran nodded in agreement. Just from the people we recognized, there are famous experts from the Heavenly Awakening realm, the Severed Dream realm, and the Nether realm. Apart from them, there are also many local leaders from the Holy City. These were just the ones they recognized. Look, the people from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce have appeared. Su Yu's heart shook, and he followed Yanran's gaze. A group of experts of different ages gathered in a corner. Their clothing had the unique logo of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Su Yu's eyes gleamed. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had always been ambitious. It wasn't a good thing for them to join the siege of the Holy Demon. Experts from all sides gathered in the sacred city square one after another. When the sky began to darken and the 9 moons began to line up, however, it was obvious that the time domain, which had existed for eternity, was rapidly weakening. When the 9 moons lined up, the time domain was gone. The hourglass above everyone's heads disappeared at the same time. A sense of relief lingered in everyone's hearts. From the depths of the sky, a deep and indifferent voice reverberated. The holy demon is hiding in the southwest, 300 miles away. The voice rolled away. A bolt of lightning descended at that moment, bombarding the old district of the sacred city. Su Yu's eyes flashed slightly. It was indeed there. He had found the old district by following the demonic energy that day. Let's go. Yang Ran activated the space domain and arrived first with the people from the Upper Palace. In the end, when they used the space domain, there was someone who was one step ahead of them. That was the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Each of them was holding an extraordinarily advanced spacetime treasure, and they arrived first. Yang Ran was envious. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was so generous. Looking down, they saw a pitch-black cave that had been pierced through by lightning, revealing itself in front of them. Wisps of demonic aura that could make one go berserk rose from it. The ancient tomb of the demon faction could indeed be here. Su Yu was filled with anticipation. After the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, he quickly entered the cave. After a long period of darkness, a faint light began to shine in front of him. At the end of the cave, a blood-red world came into view. Bolts of blood-red lightning flashed from time to time at the end of the world, illuminating the world as if it were blood. Under the illumination of the lightning, coffins could be seen neatly lined up. Every coffin was filled with a deathly aura that made one shudder. Where is this? Yarrow Guang and the others were bewildered. This was completely different from the hiding place of the holy demon. In his imagination, the hiding place should have gathered endless resources. Why was it all a cemetery? However, the people of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were very calm and even a little happy. Finally found it, the ancient tomb of the demon faction. There were 10 people from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. However, the other 9 people's postures were like stars surrounding the moon, placing the person who spoke at the center of it all. Yarrow Guang and the others were slightly surprised. They had heard of the famous ancient tomb of the demon faction. It was said that it was a huge and fierce dark force. When the leader of the force died, he would be buried in the ancient tomb of the demon faction. They had never thought that the ancient tomb of the demon faction would be under the holy city. Yang Rant's eyes flickered, and she made a grabbing motion with her hand. Then, she pulled out a burial item from the nearest coffin. A 30,000-year-old water pearl. Yang Ran could not help but exclaim. The water pearl was a crystal condensed by a water soul demon at the level of an earth master. Its function was to heal soul injuries. In the outside world, a 3,000-year-old water pearl could be sold for a sky-high price. At its peak, it could even reach 10 billion time crystals. In front of him, with a casual grab, he actually took out a 30,000-years-old water pearl. Its value was already an astronomical figure. No one in the entire time zone could afford it. This action shocked the other descendants of the rulers, and they opened the coffins one after another. In the end, there were shocking burial objects in all the coffins. Even the worst had billions of time crystals. At this time, a large number of people rushed in. Chapter 2638. Su Yu was not interested in the funerary objects. What he was interested in was the corpses inside. Surprisingly, none of the corpses were rotten. They were all perfectly preserved. Isn't it said that only the leaders can be buried here? Su Yu looked at the tens of thousands of coffins in front of him, his heart full of doubts. How could the demon faction have so many leaders? If the ones buried in those coffins were not the leaders of the demon faction, then what were they? At that moment, Su Yu noticed that the people from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were exchanging glances with each other, communicating with their souls. After a while, they left a few people here, while another group of people walked to the center. Su Yu used his gaze to look over, and he suddenly discovered that there was a golden coffin lying in the middle of it. He subconsciously took out a jade bottle. The pure yin demonic energy in the bottle was circulating wildly, as if it was about to rush out of the jade bottle. Su Yu opened the bottle cap, and the pure yin demonic energy turned into a sharp arrow, shooting toward the golden coffin. The holy demon. Su Yu's heart beat slightly. Step back, Su Yu said slowly in a low voice. Yarrow Guang was about to go to the golden coffin in the center. Elder, did you find anything? Yarrow Guang and the other descendants of the rulers asked as they stepped back. Su Yu nodded. Yang Ran, be ready to lead everyone to escape. Based on his contact with the holy demon, the power of the holy demon was beyond imagination. The Roadmaster was no match for it. Unless the Time Master personally intervened. At the same time, Su Yu's eyes searched quickly for the whereabouts of the Sinful Lady Palace. He searched according to the image in the Tai Haotian mirror. Something that caused his pupils to shrink violently appeared. On the cliff in the deepest part of the demon faction's ancient tomb, a magnificent hall hanging alone came into view. The hall was old and shabby, but it exuded an aura that was incompatible with the demon faction's ancient tomb. There was a sense of evil in that aura. It was the path of sin that the Sinful Lady had cultivated. The Sinful Lady Palace. Su Yu clenched his fists. He had finally found it. After running for decades, he had finally found the Sinful Lady Palace and found the hope of resurrecting Yunyazi. At that moment, the people from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had arrived in front of the golden coffin. They were working together to open the lid of the coffin. Those who arrived later rushed over because they had also discovered the existence of the golden coffin. Creak, with a crisp sound, a crack finally appeared on the golden coffin cover under the joint efforts of several experts from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Su Yu's heart thumped wildly, and he had a bad feeling about this. Yarrow Guang took out her tortoise shell and performed a divination on the spot. In the end, it was a very inauspicious hexagram. "Let's leave this place first," Yarrow Guang said decisively. Su Yu took a look at the sinful lady palace and suppressed the reluctance in his heart. He then said, "Retreat." The disbelief in his heart grew stronger and stronger. This kind of uneasiness often indicated a great threat of life and death. Yang Ran nodded. She immediately unleashed her spatial domain and carried them away through the cave. When he returned to the ground, Su Yu's uneasy feeling receded like a tide. More and more people were still rushing down the cave. "Let's see what's going on inside." Yang Ran took out a magic treasure and tossed it into the air. An image was projected into the air. It turned out that before she left, Yang Ran had placed a talisman in it. The runes could transmit the situation in the fiend sect's ancient tomb to the Dharma treasure before him. In the projection, the people from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce finally opened a finger-sized crack on the golden coffin. Bang! Before they could see clearly what was in the golden coffin, the lid of the coffin suddenly shot up into the sky and was slapped away by a tremendous force. Then, a ferocious ghostly claw swept across the image. The member of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce who was responsible for opening the lid of the coffin was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. What was even more terrifying was that within the range that the talisman could see, all living creatures were turned into ashes by the ghostly claw. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of strong men were killed. Among them, there were even existences at the level of the Pathmasters. None of the living creatures escaped. The blood-red ancient tomb of the fiend sect immediately turned into a river of blood and became a living hell. Fortunately, the people who were further away were not affected at all. Yang Ran activated the talisman in the air and changed her perspective. She found that with the few remaining strong men from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce as the boundary, they and the strong men behind them were all safe and sound. However, the horrifying scene in front of them caused the people who were rushing in to retreat in fear. They wanted to leave. However, a large number of people were rushing in, and it was impossible for them to rush out through the cave. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. "I miscalculated." A bone-chilling sigh came from the golden coffin. Clatter. A ferocious ghostly claw stretched out from the golden coffin and grabbed the edge of the coffin. Then, a terrifying living creature whose body was rotting and surging with demonic aura slowly sat up from the golden coffin. It had a pair of dark green eyes that burned with green flames. Its head turned and looked at the panicking crowd. "The Time Master actually sent a motley crew like you here. Is he really going to die soon?" Creak, creak. The sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. The rotting body slowly stood up from the golden coffin. Traces of pitch-black liquid fell from its body and dripped onto the golden coffin, making a sizzling sound. At this moment, the living creatures in the ancient tomb of the fiend sect were even more terrified. Some of them even screamed in fear. "Holy demon, our Alliance Master is interested in you. Come back with us." A rhythmic and metallic voice slowly floated over. It was the core member of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He was short and looked like a child, but his face was extremely old. The holy demon lifted its foot and walked out of the golden coffin. The 8 chains binding his body immediately let out creaking sounds. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. What an ancient name. The holy demon murmured, "If the Alliance Master of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce came personally, I might have to be wary. You can shut up now." As soon as it said this, thousands of thunderbolts rumbled and fell. Thousands of people were burned to ashes on the spot. "Since the Time Master is treating you as a greeting gift, I shall accept it." The holy demon pulled the chains in its hand. The entire ancient tomb of the fiend sect shook violently. Astonishing life waves came from the neatly placed coffins. Crack, crack, the coffins broke open one by one. The corpses inside all opened their eyes and revealed a fierce glint as they pounced toward the nearest living creatures. Tens of thousands of corpses were all resurrected. Corpse race. They are all corpse race. They were not corpses. They were clearly corpse race members who had fallen into a deep sleep. Moreover, after being personally nurtured by the holy demon, the cultivation of each corpse race member was incredibly powerful. Many strong men were caught off guard and were pounced on by the corpse race. Once bitten, they were immediately transformed into corpse race members. Su Yu's pupils shrank as he watched. He had come into contact with many corpse race members, but he had never seen such a rapid transformation. Moreover, there were a few corpse race members whose cultivation was terrifyingly high. Suddenly, Su Yu stared at a corpse race member, his expression stiff. Chapter 2639. It was a female corpse clan member. She was dressed in a graceful and luxurious brocade robe, and her hair fell like a waterfall on the back of her shoulders. Her fair complexion exuded a peerless beauty. She was in the blood-red sky, but she was like a pearl, reflecting a brilliance that was hard to ignore. All the corpse clan members were greedily tearing at the living creatures. Only she was standing in the distance. She was like the female empress, overlooking the surroundings and watching her soldiers fight. The Pearl female corpse. Su Yu uttered the name that he hadn't heard for a long time, one word at a time. How could he forget Pearl? The Pearl Corpse King who was deeply in love with him when he first entered the Great Beginning Realm? Later, he mistakenly thought that he was killed by the Sinful Lady Palace. He led his own corpse clan members to find the Sinful Lady Palace for revenge. 100 years passed. Time passed quickly. Time had worn away memories, diluted dreams, and obliterated the original intentions. The only thing that could not be worn away, diluted, and obliterated was the Pearl Corpse King's desire for revenge. He thought that the Pearl Corpse King had stopped in a certain civilization and stopped moving forward. However, she never stopped. From that small half-star civilization, she crossed millions of stars, crossed the barriers of heaven and earth, and arrived in front of the Sinful Lady Palace. At this moment, Su Yu's heart trembled. A surge of deep warmth surged in his heart, causing him to be moved in a way that he hadn't felt in a long time. 100 years have passed, and the world has changed. Only you are the same as before. Su Yu stared at the beautiful figure, and a trace of tears slowly overflowed from his eyes. Pearl, how could I bear your undying love for 100 years? For revenge, you would rather die than destroy it. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed. The old child finally made a move. Light shone behind him, and a Buddha statue appeared faintly behind him. Great Master Ming. The Buddha statue stretched out its palm and pressed down gently. Many of the corpse clan members immediately retreated into the shadows in fear. The light was like a nemesis to many evil spirits. Only the holy demon looked calm. No matter how many rays of light hit him, he did not move. Petty tricks. The holy demon flicked his finger. The old child let out a muffled groan. The giant Buddha behind him shed 2 lines of tears and quickly dimmed. Saint. Several experts from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce immediately supported the old child and said in panic. A sage was a peak existence at the late stage of the Tao Lord realm. He searched the time domain several times, but he could not find many enemies that he could fight. But who would have thought that in front of the holy demon, the enemy would not be able to defeat him with just a flick of his finger? All of you, step down. The holy devil calendar has been cultivating for a long time, and he has absorbed the legacy of the ancient god of the netherworld. He has already reached the heavenly Tao Lord realm. The old child's face was as pale as paper. With a tap of his foot, a spatial ripple rippled out and enveloped all of them. The saint demon said indifferently, "You want to leave after disturbing this old man?" Kai, the chains on his body suddenly swept across. Several members of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce immediately screamed and turned into a mist of blood. Only the old child forcefully held onto the chain with both hands. Shock was written all over his face. Saint Demon, the legacy of the ancient god of the Nine Nether was left for his successor. How can you be worthy of the trust of the ancient god of the Nine Nether by stealing from him? As it turned out, when ancient god Nine Nether died, he had used his transcendent divine arts to seal or protect his 4 most trusted protectors. All of them had the legacy left behind by the ancient god of the Nine Nether. Moreover, he had given them a mission. That was to leave the legacy for his successor in the future. When the 4 legacy gathered on his successor, A new ancient god of the Nine Nether would be born. The other three protectors were still missing. Only the Saint Demon was still there. However, he did not listen to the orders of the ancient god of the Nine Nether and monopolized the legacy that belonged to the successor of the ancient god of the Nine Nether. Only then could he break through the shackles of his realm and become the heavenly Tao Lord. Hihi, the sky has changed, and the earth has changed. This is no longer the era of the ancient gods. No matter how pedantically I obey the orders of the ancient god, I will sooner or later disappear from this world with the legacy. The Saint Demon spoke with conviction. He glanced at the old child. I see that your strength is passable. Come under my command. Once I unify the time domain, you will be rewarded for your service. The child smiled and shook his head. Saint Demon, you overestimate yourself and underestimate the ruler. He is everywhere, everywhere. After saying this, the old child slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, rays of light erupted from his body, illuminating his entire body. Then, he stood there motionlessly. The Saint Demon withdrew his chains and said calmly, "You would rather die than be under my command?" The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce is not full of motley crew. Without the resistance of the experts of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, the corpse race was no longer hindered. The experts who entered the ancient tomb of the demon sect were all transformed into corpse race members. Not a single one escaped. Only those experts who had not entered the cave were lucky enough to escape. The ancient tomb of the demon sect became quiet again. The Saint Demon said calmly, "Let's go. Since we have been exposed, we can't stay here any longer." The Pearl Corpse King turned around and looked at the sinful Lady Palace with empty eyes. "It's just an empty shell. Why do you care?" the Saint Demon said. He waved his hand, and an astonishing demonic fog surged out from the ground of the ancient tomb of the demon sect and enveloped all the corpse race members, including the Saint Demon himself. Then, he disappeared without a trace. Yangran and the others were shocked. "It's gone. How can it be?" Yarrow Guang said, "If I were the Saint Demon, I would also leave a way to escape. Otherwise, if I were discovered one day, I would be like a turtle in a jar. Look at the order in which the coffins were placed." Yangran discovered something. Looking down from above, she discovered something. It was a formation. It turned out that the Saint Demon had been prepared and had hidden the formation under the coffins. It could be transported away at any time through the formation. Swoosh, while they were talking, Su Yu had already ventured underground again. He came to the place where the Pearl Corpse King had stood, feeling lost. Why did the Pearl Corpse King become the subordinate of the Saint Demon? Was it forced, or did it voluntarily? Where was she going now? Staring at the empty world, Su Yu kept asking himself. The only thing he was sure of was that they would meet again soon. The Saint Demon was ambitious and would never be content in one place. He would definitely find the right time to come out again and occupy the time domain. That might be the day he would truly meet the Pearl Corpse King. Look, there seems to be a great hall over there. Yangran and the others came down one after another, searching for the remaining resources in the coffins while searching the surroundings. The sinful Lady Palace was naturally discovered. Su Yu returned to his senses and said, "Wait a moment." His figure was like a rainbow as he crossed the cliff and arrived in front of the sinful Lady Palace. A crooked hall with the words Danfang Palace came into view. Is this hall only a part of the sinful Lady Palace? Su Yu's eyes darkened. He stepped inside. The fake mountain was ruined, the small spring dried up, and the fairy plants decayed. There was nothing inside. In the deepest part, in a lotus pond, it had long since dried up. Numerous withered lotus flowers were left with only the outlines of dust. Su Yu felt a tightness in his chest and clenched his fists tightly. He had found the sinful Lady Palace. He had gone through countless hardships and twists and turns. But what he found was only an empty shell. Just as he had worried before, the sinful lady had been missing for many years. Were her former subordinates still loyal to her? Could the sinful lotus be preserved? Now it seemed that everything would develop in the worst-case scenario. In fact, even if the members of the sinful Lady Palace did not betray her, the sinful lotus could not possibly still be there. This palace was deep in the ancient tomb of the demonic faction, right under the nose of the saint demon. If there really was a divine object of heaven and earth that the sinful lady had nurtured for an era, would the saint demon turn a blind eye? The answer was no. Su Yu stood in front of the lotus pond, feeling extremely depressed. "Master, what should I do?" Su Yu shouted. He had really tried his best. Drip, suddenly, Su Yu felt a burning sensation in his chest. He touched it with his hand and found the sinful lady's soul crystal nucleus. It was emitting a scorching light that was extremely dazzling. This. Su Yu was confused. The soul crystal nucleus had been with him for decades and had not shown any changes. Why did it suddenly react now? He glanced at the lotus pond. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his sleeves, the entire lotus pond was cleaned up. At the bottom of the lotus pond, there was a depression the size of a thumb. It was the soul crystal nucleus. Could it be? Su Yu was a little excited as he placed the soul crystal nucleus into the depression. Hualala, what followed was the sound of water. Looking sideways, from the bottom of the lotus pond, an unknown clear spiritual water was gushing out, quickly covering the bottom of the pond. Su Yu jumped out immediately. Under his incredulous gaze, lotuses of various colors bloomed in the spiritual water at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some were pink, some were white, and some were light yellow. However, one of the lotuses was the most peculiar. Its entire body was black. It was like an elegant swan, standing among the lotuses and dancing. Shreds of evil intent were slowly released from the lotus. Sinful lotus. Su Yu was indescribably excited. As expected. As expected. The sinful lotus had always existed in the sinful lady palace, but it could only appear when the soul crystal nucleus was present. Su Yu's disappointed heart was once again filled with joy. With a wave of his palm, he took out the soul crystal nucleus and looked quietly at the slowly unfolding sinful lotus. The sinful lotus unfolded, revealing a pitch-black pistil. The pistil was swallowing shreds of a special aura. That aura was extremely corrosive. Su Yu's eyelids twitched, sensing danger. The sinful lady once said that there was a shred of Yun Yaz's soul in her soul crystal nucleus. However, her soul crystal nucleus is too hard. Nothing in this world can break it. Only the sinful lotus can melt it. Once it's melted, I can take out a shred of Yun Yaz's soul. With Su Yu's current soul attainments, it would be easy to revive Yun Yazi with the help of this shred of soul. Su Yu could not contain his excitement. With a flick of his finger, he shot the soul crystal nucleus into the sinful lotus. As expected, the hard soul crystal nucleus began to melt, turning into crystal clear liquid droplets. The soul that had been sealed within finally broke free and drifted into nothingness. Su Yu's eyes were sharp, and he caught hold of it before it dissipated. He then stuffed it into his own soul and nourished it with his own soul energy. Feeling the familiar soul that he had not seen for a long time, Su Yu could finally put down the huge rock that had been hanging in his heart for countless years. "Master, we meet again." Su Yu smiled knowingly. Looking at the soul crystal nucleus that was left with only liquid, Su Yu's eyes were filled with a complicated look. A man's words are kind when he is about to die. You were thinking of me before you died, so consider this as atonement for your sins. Su Yu said, "I forgive you." After saying this, he turned around and left without looking back. What he did not know was that, not long after he left, the soul crystal nucleus that had turned into liquid began to condense again. Chapter 2640. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a thumb-sized transparent person. She clumsily picked up the pistil of the sin lotus and started to chew on it. With every bite, his body grew bigger. Half a cup of tea later, she swallowed the last bit of the pistil of the sin lotus. Her body had already returned to the size of a normal human. The curvaceous body of a woman appeared. Furthermore, the color of his skin began to appear on his originally translucent body. Not long after, a beautiful body with skin as white as snow and as exquisite as suet jade appeared in a natural posture. His facial features gradually became clearer. Her eyes were like gems, her eyebrows were thin like willow leaves, and her cheeks were flawless. The beauty she emitted was enough to cause the world to lose its color and all the flowers to lose their luster. There was no one else in the world who could match her appearance. If Su Yu was still here, he would surely be able to recognize it. It was Xie Jingyu's face. Exactly the same face. The peerless beauty gently crooked her finger, and the lotus leaf of the Sin Lotus turned into a mass of black air and attached itself to her side, turning into a brand new black dress. The petals of the nefarious lotus transformed into a pitch-black lotus imprint that was branded between his brows. In the blink of an eye, the crystal core transformed into the black-clothed Xie Jingyu. She gently grasped the stem of the lotus flower with her palm. The pole immediately burst into black flames and burned on its own. But after the fire, what was left was a long sword that was as black as ink. Shockingly, that sword was the Sin sword. Finally, the black-clothed Xie Jingyu stepped on the lotus pond with the tip of her foot. The lotus pond split open, revealing a pitch-black lotus root. She picked up the lotus root, bit by bit, and ate it. With every mouthful, her cultivation base would rise by a large realm. When she finished eating the lotus, her cultivation actually surpassed the Tao Master and reached the level of the Heaven Tao Master. They were even slightly more powerful than the holy demon. The black-clothed Xie Jingyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A look of relief appeared on his face. The origin world that I spent most of my life and effort to create in the past was finally not wasted. The black-robed Xie Jingyu, or more accurately speaking, she was a sinful woman. Long before he chased after Yun Yazi, was schemed against by Emperor Xiaoyao, and was imprisoned in the Daotai cage. She had left a backup plan. He cut off half of his body and sealed it in the true evil lotus world. If there came a day when the other half of his body was destroyed, as long as his soul could return to the true evil lotus world, he would be able to escape. Then he could wake up the other half that was sleeping. The sinful girl sat at the edge of the lotus pond. He held the sword in one hand and pressed it against the ground. His other hand rested on his knee. He slowly closed his eyes. A gust of wind blew over, blowing a layer of black mist from his body. His eyes slowly opened. His eyes were filled with hatred. So, I was Mirror Flower, Heavenly Prince's vessel from the very beginning. Sinful girl sighed as she received the information from the other half of her body. She was obsessed with martial arts. But in the end, from the moment she was born, she was destined to be someone else's bride. Yun Yazi. She tightly gripped the hilt of her sword, her eyes filled with extreme guilt. You were killed by me and your soul was nearly destroyed. But even in death, you hid the truth for me. You didn't want to tell me that I was a vessel. A sparkling teardrop slid down her face. It was regret and self-blame. If she could turn back time, she would definitely want to be that young girl who cultivated martial arts wholeheartedly under Yun Yazi's guidance. Unfortunately, nothing would change. I will pay you back what I owe you, but not now. The sinful girl slowly stood up. Her eyes shone with a divine light that looked down on the world. Xiaoyaro, son of heaven, you plotted against me and Yun Yazi. I will make you pay with your blood. She would pay Yun Yazi's debt. But the premise was that she would pay Xiaoyaro, son of heaven, back. The world, my sinful girl, is back. With a long roar, the ancient tomb of the demon sect shook. On the ground, the 9 moons that formed a line seemed to be greatly disturbed, and their trajectories were extremely chaotic. The moons even collided with each other. In the time domain, countless sentient beings fled in a panic, as if some extremely terrifying being had descended upon them. In the time wilderness, on a worn-out hourglass, an old man closed his eyes and sat powerlessly on the throne that was formed by time. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes. Sinful girl? The old man stood up, trembling. With a wave of his hand, a vast river of time appeared in front of him. In the river of time, many reflections of time flashed past. The scene of the sinful girl being suppressed in the Dao Tai. The scene of the sinful girl being killed by Su Yu. All of these scenes were extremely real. How is she still alive? The old man asked the heavens, his eyes filled with shock. Could it be that the sinful girl has cultivated to the real world and become an immortal being? Among the almighty beings, The one who mastered the real world could live forever. Otherwise, even if he was the master of time and controlled the time of the world, he would still die and perish. No wonder the sinful girl was easily suppressed in the Dao Tai's cage. It turns out that it was only half of her body that was suppressed. The old man's body trembled. A trace of fear filled the depths of his eyes. As expected of the number one person under the emperor, the old man exclaimed, "The world is really going to be in chaos." The end of the era was imminent, but the sinful girl had reappeared in the world. Somewhere. The holy demon led the Pearl Corpse King and others to hide in the dark. Suddenly, the holy demon looked in the direction of the ancient tomb of the demon sect, his eyes sharp. "Sinful girl? She's not dead." The Pearl Corpse King beside him, her calm face suddenly gave off a strong murderous aura. "Sinful girl? She's not dead. Where is she?" The Pearl Corpse King roared as if enraged. The many corpses behind him roared and roared at the same time. The holy demon pressed his hand down. "Don't act rashly. The terror of the sinful girl is beyond your imagination. Rashly seeking revenge will only add to your ashes." The Pearl Corpse King's eyes flashed with resistance. But for some reason, the words of the holy demon were absolute orders to her, making the Pearl Corpse King unable to struggle free. Not only the sacred city. In the three great realms of the time domain, many strong men sensed the appearance of a sinful aura. Even the other Dominion domains far away could sense its existence. The entire 8-star civilization was in an inexplicable shock because of the rebirth of the sinful girl. Su Yu, who had just left the ground, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. It was as if something underground had awakened. "What's going on?" Yaro Guang asked in surprise. Yang Ran was equally puzzled. "Should we go back and take a look?" Luluor suggested. Su Yu thought for a moment, his eyes flashing slightly. "Let's go." He was worried. Could it be that he had melted the soul crystal nucleus, causing some kind of drastic change? However, just as they were about to set off, the entire ground suddenly caved in. Su Yu and the others immediately soared into the air. Lowering his head to take a look, his expression changed. The whole ground had completely collapsed. The ancient tomb of the demon sect was completely submerged. This. Yaro Guang was bewildered. Su Yu sensed an unusual aura from the ruins. Chapter 2641. He was right. He had indeed sensed the aura of the sinful girl. But wasn't she already dead? Or was there another secret in the soul crystal core? Su Yu laughed self-mockingly as he recalled the sinful woman's remorseful request before her death. In the end, I still underestimated the sinful woman. In a sense, he had been tricked by the sinful woman. However, even though he knew that the sinful woman might come back to life, Su Yu would still go back on his word and melt the soul crystal nucleus. As long as he could revive Yunyazi, everything else wouldn't be a problem. Everyone returned to the upper palace first. The 7 hegemon descendants had found quite a few treasures in the coffins, and they needed time to digest them. Su Yu also had an extremely important matter to attend to. In a flash, he arrived at the secret chamber. Looking at the strand of soul in his palm, his heart was filled with excitement. "Master, I've kept you waiting for a long time." A wisp of life force started gathering in Su Yu's palm. "Prepare to activate resurrection." However, at this moment, a voice rang out. "I suggest that you wait a little longer." It was the Soul Dominator who spoke. Su Yu's hand paused, and he asked, "Why?" The Soul Dominator said, "Do you think you can restore his soul to its peak with your attainments in the domain of life?" This question was very profound. Su Yu's heart jumped. After muttering to himself for a long time, he slowly shook his head. "I can only restore it to the moment of his death." When he died, his soul was only at the level of an emperor of heaven and earth. Not even Master Shen Dao had reached that level. "You only have one chance to resurrect him." The Soul Dominator asked, "Do you want to revive Yunyazi when he's an emperor of heaven and earth, or a Yunyazi in his prime?" Su Yu hesitated. Of course, he hoped that the former could see him as soon as possible to make up for the guilt in his heart. However, reason told him that he should choose the latter. If he were to be resurrected to the moment before his death, It would take a long time for his soul to recover to its peak. He believed that this was not what Yunyazi wanted to see. What are the conditions for me to return to my peak? Suyu asked. Become the Life Dominator, or receive the Life Dominator's help, or attain the Origin Dominator's life domain yourself, the Soul Dominator said faintly. Suyu clenched his teeth. After some thought, he retracted the thread of Yunyazi's soul. He had already waited for so long. So what if he waited a little longer? As long as he could restore Yunyazi to his peak. The Soul Dominator nodded in satisfaction. Your choice is wise. After a pause, the Soul Dominator said, Sheng Cheng, leave as soon as possible. I sensed the Time Dominator just now. Suyu was shocked. Even when ancient god Nine Nether's successor appeared, the Time God did not appear. But now, he showed himself. If he stayed any longer in the sacred city, he would really be in unpredictable danger. Thank you for reminding me, Suyu said. 3 days later. The descendants of the masters of the Upper Palace invited Suyu to a banquet. They had gained a lot from this trip to the demonic sect's ancient tomb, so they were in a good mood. Sirs, I think I should bid farewell to all of you, Suyu said as he cupped his fists at them. To tell the truth, he had a pretty good impression of the descendants of the hegemons. Yarrow Guang and the others sighed. Suyu had said that he would leave after the ancient tomb of the demon faction. It was the end of the banquet. Luluor said reluctantly, Thank you for your guidance these days, Luluor can't thank you enough. Luluor had learned a lot about the time domain from Suyu. Yangran also said, You saved my life, Yangran will never forget it. Senior, where are you going next? The other descendants of the hegemons were fine, but Yangran was most concerned about Suyu's whereabouts. She hoped to use Suyu's strength to help Xiaohao ascend to the position of the hegemons. Suyu thought for a while and said, Travel the world. He did not want to expose that he was assisting the Star Rain Empress. I see. Yangran was regretful, but she did not give up. She said, Senior, you once said that you need a treasure that can accelerate time by 10,000 times. I will ask Xiaohao. Please leave your communication method. If there is any progress, Yangran will inform you immediately. All right. Suyu immediately gave Yangran a communication magical treasure. If there is a chance, we will meet again. Suyu said goodbye in public. He had put Qinxiana and the others into a special space storage. It would not be a problem to take them out of the sacred city without being discovered. However, Suyu did not leave the sacred city after leaving the upper palace. He came to a corner. There was a very secret abandoned house there. Who is it? The accompanying tunnel master shouted. It's me. It was only because he could see Suyu that he opened the seal on the roof of the house and let Suyu in. As soon as he entered, Suyu found a group of people in the yard. They were from different races, and their faces were filled with pride. But they did have the right to be proud. Because every one of them had reached the level of a tunnel master. One of them had even reached the peak of the early stage of the tunnel master and was almost at the middle stage of the earth path master. They only glanced at Suyu's entrance and paid him no mind. Everyone, this is the Lord Su that I mentioned. He is also the person in charge of recruiting you. The tunnel master introduced. The tunnel master with the highest cultivation was a middle-aged man from the Swan clan. He had an elegant and proud temperament. You are recruiting us? The other party looked Suyu up and down with a critical eye and shook his head slightly. You are a human, and a Nirvana completion martial artist at that. As he spoke, he strode out and said without turning his head, Wait until you are sincere. Otherwise, don't waste my time. The rest of the people frowned. Are you kidding me? A mere human can recruit so many of us tunnel masters? Sigh, I thought some big shot was recruiting and needed our services. It turns out, not bad. Before Suyu went into seclusion, he gave the tunnel masters a task. Recruit strong tunnel masters as much as possible. There were too few tunnel masters under the rule of the Star Rain Empress. The only ones willing to listen to her orders were the 10 guards under her command. But she had already lost 4 of them. There were not many left around her. She needed a group of powerful and obedient tunnel masters. It's just some time crystals. I can still afford it, Suyu said calmly. The man from the Swan clan stopped and turned his head. Human, you need 1 billion time crystals a year to recruit me. Are you sure you can afford it? Suyu did not say a word and took out a space storage device. He threw it into the air, and an infinite number of time crystals fell from it. There were 10 billion of them. The tunnel masters who were about to leave stopped in their tracks, their pupils constricting. 10 years. If you come with me, you can take it now, Suyu said lightly. The middle-aged man from the Swan clan was in disbelief. But if he went back now, he would lose face. Cough. I am a man with aspirations, not just money, the middle-aged man from the Swan clan said proudly. Chapter 2642. Despite saying this, the remaining light continued to drift towards the 10 billion time crystals piled up in the courtyard. What about 20 billion? Suyu took out another space storage device and poured out another 10 billion from it. The middle-aged man from the Swan clan could not help but feel his eyelids twitch. His breathing quickened. 20 billion. What did that mean? In his entire life of cultivation, he did not have 20 billion time crystals. He secretly swallowed his saliva, but his words were exceptionally stubborn. Suyu asked calmly, is 30 billion enough? Hearing this, the hearts of the members of the Swan clan beat wildly. 300. Even if he died, he might not be able to earn so many time crystals. Enough. The middle-aged man from the Swan clan returned with a smile on his face. Lord Su, I hope we can cooperate happily. Suyu nodded expressionlessly and did not even look at him. His gaze turned towards the second Earth Lord. What about you? What kind of person are you? Lord Su, I'm a very casual person. Just give me whatever you want. Oh, then I'll just give you 10 or 20 billion. What about you? What kind of person are you? Not long after, there were so many time crystals in the courtyard that they could no longer fit in. The pressure caused the courtyard's barrier to creak. It was as if it could not bear the weight and was about to be crushed. Suyu stood in front of the group of underground masters and said with a smile, I already know what kind of people you are. I believe that you should also know what kind of person I am, right? The middle-aged man from the Swan clan patted his chest and said, Lord Su is truly heroic. I, Fei Yunsheng, admire you. Yes, Lord Su's generosity is rarely seen in this world. Even though they were pathmasters, and their cultivations were much higher than Suyu's. However, before money, he shamefully lowered his head and flattered a junior. Little did they know that the time crystal was extremely cheap and worthless to Suyu. He only needed to casually make a grabbing motion to condense the time that filled the sky into a time crystal. There was no lack of time crystals in this world. Not to mention tens of billions, even a few trillion was just a matter of time. The time crystal was like air to Suyu, who was already able to create it. It was no longer valuable. Just like that, Suyu deceived a group of strong men and rushed back to the southern part of the dream-broken realm. It had been several years since they last met. The southern part of the broken dream realm was still the same. When he returned, Empress Star Rain was in the Empress Palace, working hard on her time domain. With Suyu's help, Empress Star Rain's time domain had made great progress. Now that he had reached the elementary domain, he could easily grasp simple abilities such as acceleration, rewind, and freeze. Ah, brother, you are back. When the Star Rain Empress heard that Suyu had returned, she rushed 10,000 miles away to welcome him. From afar, she threw herself into his arms. I was so worried about you. Empress Star Rain deeply enjoyed the embrace that she had not felt for a long time. Ever since she had met Suyu, everything had taken a turn for the better. Unknowingly, she had started to rely on Suyu. Suyu had been away for a few years, and he couldn't help but worry about his gains and losses. The mission has been completed. Suyu took out a ring and stuffed it into his hand. This was the Tian Luo ring, and it contained the Heaven Dao Master's terrifying attack. It was the most powerful of all sovereign treasures. Ah, this is the Tian Luo ring? Queen Star Rain rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was dreaming. The Heaven Luo ring was ranked number 2 and required at least 600 contribution points. How did Suyu exchange for it with 500 contribution points? This time, We finally have a 50% chance of winning, Su Yu said. At present, it seemed that Xiaohao was the biggest threat. The golden-eyed Langjun and his daughter had taken away the number one sovereign treasure, and it must have been handed over to Xiaohao. With this treasure, Xiaohao would be invincible. However, Su Yu had the other half of the treasures, and most of them were of high quality. They might be able to put up a fight. Did anything happen while I was away? Su Yu asked. Empress Star Rain shook her head. It was strangely peaceful. Perhaps the holy city's taking of the sovereign treasure and the appearance of the holy demon had attracted the attention of Waning Moon and Xiaohao. Therefore, it had been very peaceful. However, the mindful emperor might not be so peaceful. Empress Star Rain raised her slender eyebrows. Su Yu asked, "Why do you say that?" "A few months ago, the mindful emperor contacted me. The people of the Waning Moon Empress are restless at the border of Dongming City. Perhaps they are planning something." Speaking of the Waning Moon Empress, Su Yu naturally recalled the day when he had passed through Shiming City, when he had been deceived by the people of the Waning Moon Empress, who had disguised themselves as the emissaries of the holy city. "Brother, I am going to send 2 tunnel masters over to investigate," Empress Star Rain said helplessly. She had too few tunnel masters that she could use. She only had 4 guards left, which could not be any lower. "I will go myself," Su Yu said. Since he had formed an alliance with Dongming City, he should act like one. The contest of the sovereigns would begin in 10 years. There were some details about the cooperation that he should discuss with the mindful emperor. "I have just returned. I can't let you continue to work hard," Empress Star Rain said, her heart aching for him. Su Yu shook his head. "If you care about me, take care of my family for me." With a shake of his sleeves, Su Yu summoned Qin Xiana and the others and introduced them to him. Empress Star Rain blinked. Su Yu had a wife, and even his daughter was so old. She could not accept it for a moment, and it took her a while to convince herself. "All right, brother, go in peace. Unless the Empress Great Hall is not here, no one can harm them," Empress Star Rain said to herself. Even if she had to reduce her own defensive power, she had to send 1 or 2 tunnel masters to protect Su Yu's family. "Right," Su Yu said. "I will leave a few to look after the house. Star Rain, make arrangements for them so that they can quickly familiarize themselves with their new posts. Look after the house. Brother will find some new strong men from outside." But with Su Yu's cultivation and financial resources, what kind of strong men can he find? At most Nirvana Void Realm? Wow. Su Yu waved his hand, and 50 people appeared in front of him. They were all tunnel masters. They looked around curiously. Empress Star Rain was stunned. When she saw their faces clearly, she recognized some of them. When she saw the middle-aged man from the Swan clan, she screamed, "Ah! It's the secular swordsman, Fei Yunsheng." She could not believe that she had seen Fei Yunsheng. He was a famous strong man in the holy city, whose cultivation was close to the middle stage of the tunnel master. In the entire time domain, there were not many opponents who could fight him. Su Yu had actually invited him here? After a moment of surprise, Empress Star Rain immediately became worried. She pulled Su Yu aside and said with a bitter smile, "Brother, haven't you gone too far?" "Why?" Empress Star Rain pointed at herself. "How can I afford to support so many tunnel masters? Especially Fei Yunsheng, I can't afford to hire him at all. If I don't pay them enough and anger them, it will backfire." Her 10 tunnel master guards were all bestowed to her by the Time Master herself. With Nanming City's limited financial resources, it was impossible to support so many tunnel masters. Chapter 2643. Su Yu could not help but laugh. The fact that he had brought back so many experts did not make Empress Star Rain happy at all. Instead, she was deeply worried. "Haha. You don't need to worry." Su Yu thought for a moment, then pulled the Star Rain Empress to a corner. He handed him an extra-large spatial storage device. "What? Time crystal. How much?" "I don't remember. Count them yourself." Empress Star Rain probed it with her consciousness, and all she saw were countless time crystals. There were so many of them that she couldn't even count them all. A rough estimate was that there were no less than 1 trillion time crystals. "Ah, did you Did you rob the sovereign's treasury? Empress Star Rain's eyes went wide. Trillions of time crystals, what kind of concept was that? In the entire time domain, the number of time crystals circulating in a year didn't even reach this number. Hihi, you can say that. Suyu laughed. To be precise, he didn't rob the treasury of the time ruler. Instead, he became the creator of the time crystal. How many time crystals he wanted depended on his mood. You must use this money where you need it. Suyu's eyes flickered. Empress Starrain was not stupid, and she immediately understood. A smile appeared on her face. I feel that I really do have a chance of becoming the ruler of time. With so much money, he could totally poach over the Tunnel Lord powerhouses of North Bright City and West Bright City. Everyone in the world came for benefits. Weren't those experts willing to submit to the Waning Moon Empress and Xiaohao because they had a huge amount of resources? As long as he could give them the same amount, no, double or even more, would they still be loyal? Thank you, big brother. Queen Starrain was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. The power of this sum of money was much more powerful than the Tian Luo ring. The Heaven Luo ring could only unleash one attack from the Heaven Dao Lord, which was enough to defeat a descendant of the Time Ruler. However, this amount of wealth was more than enough to destroy the descendants of the Time Sovereign. Go ahead, Suyu said. He could only help them this much. Empress Starrain clenched her fists and said, Give me 10 years, and I'm confident that I'll empty Empress Waning Moon and Great Emperor Xiaohao. That had better be the case. The Waning Moon Empress might still have a chance, but Xiaohao. Suyu felt that this person was not easy to deal with. He had fought with Xiaohao before, and the domain that Xiaohao had displayed in the end had reached the advanced level. Although he was limited by his bloodline power, he didn't use it for a long time. However, his hidden strength had unintentionally revealed the tip of the iceberg. Take good care of my wife and child. I will take my leave first, Suyu said. He only took Fei Yunxing with him and rushed to Dongming City without stopping. Half a year later, Suyu and Fei Yunxing arrived at Dongming City's time channel. Today, all the time passages were under martial law, and no one was allowed to enter. There were also a large number of guards stationed nearby. A pretty girl with a long face was waiting with her arms crossed. What are you waiting for? This woman was none other than the woman with the special godly eyes, Zijun. Before Suyu and the others had set off, Dongming City had received news that the Star Rain Empress had sent Suyu there to discuss the details of the alliance. The mindful emperor sent his most trusted subordinate, Zijun, to receive him. As he spoke, the passage of time shook, and 2 figures wearing long robes and bamboo hats appeared. One of them took off his bamboo hat and revealed his face. It was Suyu. Looking at Zijun in front of him, Suyu smiled indifferently. Long time no see, Great Emperor. How are you? Zijun stared at Suyu, her heart indescribably complicated. There was a bit of awe and a bit of rejection. Awe because she had seen with her own eyes how Suyu had captured a terrifyingly powerful demon faction elder alive. His endless means and incredible plans made her respect him from the bottom of her heart. Rejection because she still felt that Nanming City wasn't qualified to cooperate with Dongming City. Recently, Nanming City had sent several emissaries to Dongming City to discuss the alliance in 10 years' time. However, they were all rejected by the mindful emperor because he felt that the best partner was Nanming City. This made Zijun very upset. No matter how she looked at it, cooperating with Nanming City was a wise move. Why don't you see for yourself? Zijun snorted. She glanced sideways at the tall man in the bamboo hat beside Suyu and asked suspiciously, Who is this? The man didn't move and didn't answer. Suyu smiled and said, A guard. His cultivation base shouldn't be low, right? He should at least be a Nirvana Voidmaster, or even a Pathmaster. Zijun thought. However, the Pathmasters in Empress Starrain's territory were nothing to Zijun. The only ones that Empress Starrain could command were the few Pathmaster guards beside her. Zijun didn't dare to compliment their abilities. After pondering for a moment, Zijun said, Suyu, don't blame me for not reminding you. In Dongming City, there are many who oppose the alliance with Nanming City. Really? Suyu wasn't surprised. There was nothing in Nanming City that could make anyone's eyes light up. Except for the 500 contribution points. Let them oppose it, Su Yu said indifferently. If not for their previous alliance relationship, he might not have wanted to form an alliance with Dongming City. What a good attitude. Haha. Zijun smiled and shook her head. I hope you can still smile during the banquet. Zijun led the two into the Mindful Emperor's Great Hall. The Emperor is in a discussion with his advisors, Zijun said. He is not free for the time being. Wait for his summons in the Great Hall. Zijun then turned and left. When there was no one around, Fei Yunsheng asked in confusion, Sir Su, with your status and abilities, why would you compromise and form an alliance with Dongming City? Fei Yunsheng was someone from the Holy City and had high standards. He had always been disdainful of the dream-interrupted world, which was located in a remote corner. Not to mention Dongming City, which was not considered outstanding. In his eyes, someone like Su Yu, who could casually take out an endless amount of time crystals, as well as a dominator's treasure like the Tianluo ring, could sweep through Dongming City alone. Why would there be a need to form an alliance? Furthermore, Dongming City actually opposed the alliance. Su Yu calmly said, when Dongming City first proposed the alliance, we were still weak. Now, we can't just kick them away just because we are strong. Fei Yunsheng listened and secretly admired Su Yu. The world was a world of benefits. There were very few people who were principled. Su Yu was one of them. Sir, I understand your intentions. If there is anything you need, please let me know. Fei Yunsheng said, in Dongming City, there is a former student of mine. He is still in the city. If it is inconvenient for us to do something, we can get him to do it. That would be great. But Su Yu would not be able to use him. Chapter 2644. Time passed bit by bit. The two servants arranged by Zijun were indifferent to the two of them. Su Yu and Fei Yunsheng were exceptionally calm people, and they did not hold a grudge against each other. Until the sky darkened. When the 9 moons whose orbits were still in disarray appeared, a piercingly cold trident with a long trail of moonlight suddenly attacked. Assassination? Su Yu opened his eyes, slightly surprised. But then he slowly shook his head. It did not look like an assassination. Because this attack was too brazen, too aggressive. It is a provocation and a warning, Su Yu calmly said. Fei Yunsheng raised his eyebrows and laughed angrily. What a bunch of ignorant fools. You are here to give them benefits, but they treat you as their enemy. As he spoke, he took a step forward and held the trident with one hand. The trident carried the power of a pathmaster, but in Fei Yunsheng's hands, it was easily suppressed. Go back. Fei Yunsheng flipped his hand, and the trident flew backward. The force of the retreat was several times stronger than the force of the attack. They could faintly hear the angry roars of a group of people, followed by the sound of an explosion. They must have been unable to withstand the trident, causing it to hit the ground and create a huge crater. After that, they did not provoke them again. Fei Yunsheng clapped his hands and said coldly, a bunch of ignorant fools. After the violent explosion, Zijun was alerted. She hurried over and asked, are you all right? If Su Yu and the rest were injured, it would be a big deal. Su Yu calmly said, take care of your people. If this happens again, it will not end so easily. Zijun was furious. Those fellows were a little too audacious. Not only did they oppose them, they even dared to attack them in the palace on the ground. If anything happened to Su Yu and the rest, it would trigger a war between the two areas. Beep beep. At that moment, the communication pendant on her body beeped. Zijun's expression relaxed. The Great Emperor is out, summoning you. Pausing, Zijun looked in the direction of the explosion and said, please do not speak of what happened just now, or the Great Emperor will be put in a difficult position. Originally, Emperor Mindful's insistence on cooperating with Southern Clear City had caused a huge ruckus with some of his followers. If the Mindful Emperor found out that they had attacked Su Yu and his companions, he would probably be completely infuriated, and both sides would fall out. Let's go. Su Yu couldn't be bothered with her. What logic? They were the ones who were attacked, yet they had to keep the secret for the provocateurs. Zijun bit his lips and immediately led the way. Not long after, in the most distinguished hall of the Great Emperor Hall, the Tranquil Heart Emperor took the initiative to welcome them with a warm smile. Mr. Su, I haven't seen you for many years, and you look even more elegant than before. Great Emperor Mingxin had a deep impression of Su Yu. In fact, the main reason why he was willing to form an alliance with the Nanming city was because of Su Yu. The Great Emperor is, Su Yu said with a smile. Emperor Mindful smiled wryly and said helplessly, Ari, how could I still have any elegance? He invited Su Yu to take a seat and ordered people to serve him the best tea. Then, he dismissed all the people in the hall. Only the few of them were left in the room. Mr. Su, you should know that there is a problem with the ruler's treasures, right? Great Emperor Mingxin's brows were filled with worry. Su Yu's eyes turned. Of course I know. The ruler's treasures in the wilderness of time have been destroyed by the people from the netherworld and the heavenly awakening realm. Hearing this, Great Emperor Mingxin slapped his thigh and sighed. His words were filled with hatred. Those bastards. If I had the ability, I would definitely kill them all. Every descendant of the rulers worked hard for their entire lives to contribute. They hoped to use their contributions to exchange for the ruler's treasures they wanted. But what happened in the end? Great Emperor Mingxin hadn't even had the time to exchange for it when he heard the news. His life's work had been destroyed. How could he not be angry? How could he not hate them? But it's too late to say that now. Great Emperor Mingxin sighed deeply. Dongming City and the Nanming City have no more ruler's treasures to use. He subconsciously thought that the Nanming City also didn't have any ruler's treasures. Great Emperor, don't worry. If we form an alliance, we still have a chance of winning. Su Yu spoke conservatively. In fact, even without Dongming City, they still had a chance of winning. Great Emperor Mingxin laughed bitterly. Mr. Su, you might not understand what I mean. Only Dongming City and Nanming City don't have ruler's treasures. Beiming City and Shiming City both have them. Su Yu was surprised. Su Yu could understand that Beiming City had treasures. After all, the golden-eyed Langjun and his daughter, as well as Yangran, had all brought ruler's treasures to Great Emperor Xiaohao. But Shiming City had never sent anyone to exchange for ruler's treasures, right? Where did Shiming City's ruler's treasures come from? Without a doubt, it was from Beiming City. In other words, the two cities had secretly formed an alliance. So, Su Yu's expression was calm as usual. He could imagine that the most eye-catching thing about Nanming City was that they had 500 contribution points, which could be exchanged for a high-level ruler's treasure. But now, there was no possibility of exchange. Would Dongming City still be willing to form an alliance with Nanming City? He quietly waited for Great Emperor Mingxin's reply. If he didn't want to form an alliance, Su Yu wouldn't lose anything. Great Emperor Mingxin calmly said, So, my people are strongly against forming an alliance with Nanming City. Just as Su Yu was feeling disappointed, Great Emperor Mingxin's tone changed. But, I insist on forming an alliance with Nanming City. Su Yu raised his eyes, a hint of surprise in them. He calmly said, Great Emperor, Nanming City no longer has the power to turn the tables. Why are you still so stubborn about us? Great Emperor Mingxin laughed. You indeed no longer have ruler's treasures, but I understand that Shiming City has no reason to form an alliance with us. With that kind of treasure, it was only a matter of time before Shiming City destroyed Dongming City. Why would they form an alliance with Dongming City? The only answer was that the alliance was a trap. Clap, clap, Su Yu couldn't help but applaud. Under Great Emperor Mingxin's slightly surprised gaze, he smiled and said, Congratulations, Great Emperor. You have made a very wise decision. Wise? Great Emperor Mingxin laughed bitterly in his heart. In the eyes of most people, this was the most foolish decision. It was hard to tell whether Su Yu's words were praise or sarcasm. Mr. Su, don't worry. I will try my best to convince those who oppose us, Great Emperor Mingxin said. He was very determined. He understood that forming an alliance with Nanming City was a dead end. In the end, it would be swallowed up by Beiming City and Shiming City. But, he also understood that forming an alliance with Shiming City would only lead to a faster destruction. Let me convince them. That will save us more time, Su Yu calmly said. Great Emperor Mingxin was stunned. The group of people who followed him could not wait to cut off all ties with Nanming City. When they saw Su Yu, they would not show any kind expressions, let alone be convinced. Chapter 2645. Since it was a discussion of cooperation, Su Yu would have to meet his many followers sooner or later. So he might as well meet them at the banquet tonight. The banquet was quickly set up. In a certain side hall, 3 elderly Dao masters stood ramrod straight in front of the mindful emperor. They were not ordinary tunnel masters who had been recruited with money. Instead, they were people who had made great contributions to Dongming City over the years. For example, the one with the rosacea nose, who carried a wine gourd on his back, was responsible for recruiting strong tunnel masters. Nearly 1/3 of the tunnel masters in Dongming City were recruited by the rosacea nose old man, who had used all sorts of methods to recruit them. Another example was the burly merman with the trident, who was responsible for collecting all kinds of martial path resources. Over the past 10,000 years, more than half of the martial path resources had been transported over from the distant sea by this person. All of them were great contributors, and they were existences that the mindful emperor had to rely on. Thus, as the mindful emperor, he could not make a decisive decision on the matter of an alliance. Because these people were all people who had made great contributions to the emperor. Without their support, the mindful heart emperor's forces would instantly crumble and fall apart. Thus, the mindful emperor had no choice but to respect their opinions. Everyone, the envoy from Nanming City has arrived. Tonight, we will host a banquet for him, the mindful emperor said solemnly. Emperor Mindful said solemnly, I hope that you can listen to my opinion and work together to facilitate the negotiation. Do you understand? The 3 tunnel masters nodded indifferently, but did not give a clear answer. The mindful emperor sighed. From their expressions, the mindful emperor had already guessed what they were thinking. After saying this, he turned and left, feeling worried. I hope this group of old fellows will not go too far. After he left, the rosacea nose old man took down the wine gourd and drank a mouthful. He wiped his mouth and snorted. The great emperor is determined to walk towards destruction. There was deep dissatisfaction in his expression. The merman with the trident said coldly, What is wrong with the great emperor? Why do you insist on forming an alliance with Nanming City? Is it because that little girl in Nanming City is so beautiful that he is obsessed with her? Everyone knew about Empress Star Rain's beautiful eyebrows. Moreover, her appearance was forever fixed as a young girl, which made her even more attractive. He had countless admirers. Don't spout nonsense. No matter what, Empress Star Rain is Emperor Mindheart's sister. Emperor Mindheart wouldn't do such a thing that disrupts family ties, the old lady said with a frown. Then tell me, what do you think the great emperor is thinking? The man with the trident berated. The old woman was silent and sighed softly. Who knows? Putting aside the West Bright City, they chose the most useless South Bright City. She really wanted to know what the mindful emperor was thinking. There's no need to argue. No matter what, we will never agree to form an alliance with Southern Ming City. The man with the trident snorted, Eastern Brightness City isn't just Emperor Mindful's Eastern Brightness City. It's also our blood and sweat. Why should we let the mindful heart emperor walk this path to the end and bury all of our countless years of hard work? The old lady did not object to this. How heart-wrenching were those words. He seemed to have the intention of making himself one of the lords of Dongming City. Let's go. Let the envoy of Southern Clear City know our attitude. We must make him retreat. The old man with the rosacea said, also, we need to secretly contact the envoy of West Bright City. The man with the trident nodded. That's right. The fate of Dongming City cannot be decided by the mindful heart emperor alone. The banquet began with intense preparations. The mindful heart emperor and Su Yu arrived first. As the great emperor, he should be the last to arrive. In the end, not only did the accompanying advisors not arrive early, they were even the last to arrive. Su Yu secretly observed all of this. He could vaguely understand the situation in Dongming City. The master was weak, and the ministers were strong. The mindful heart emperor relied too much on his advisors, causing them to be unclear of their own positions. Of course, the situation in southern Ming City was the same. If Su Yu were to raise his arm in southern Ming City, most of the power would listen to him and not Empress Star Rain. However, Su Yu would not arbitrarily take over the power. The mindful heart emperor was a little embarrassed. He said, "I've made a fool of myself. It doesn't matter. Just wait patiently." After waiting for an hour, just as the mindful heart emperor was about to explode in anger, the three people with the rosacea finally arrived. Apologies. The three of us had urgent matters to attend to, so we came late. Please forgive us, Great Emperor. The mindful heart emperor said with a cold expression, "It's all right. Please take a seat." The three people with the rosacea sat down, their faces full of smiles. It was impossible to tell that they were targeting Su Yu. "Let me introduce you. This is the envoy from southern Ming City, Mr. Su," the mindful heart emperor said. "Mr. Su, these three are my pillars of support." Su Yu nodded casually, smiling. "Greetings, elders." The three of them returned his smile. When he noticed that there was another person standing behind Su Yu, the man with the trident asked meaningfully, "This is a guard?" The man with the trident took the initiative to greet him. "You are very strong." Fei Yunsheng crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "Not bad. Your Excellency is too humble." The three-pronged fishman glanced at his palm from the corner of his eye. His palm was charred and severely burned. The mindful heart emperor was slightly surprised. What had happened? Why did it sound like the sky barracuda was very afraid of Su Yu's guard? "Come, let me congratulate the success of our cooperation." The mindful heart emperor raised his wine cup. Su Yu smiled and raised his cup. The three people with the rosacea raised their wine cups one after another. The mindful heart emperor and Su Yu drank their wine in one gulp. The man with the trident and the old lady took a sip. Only the old man with the rosacea only took a sniff before putting down his wine cup. He said to himself, "I will drink my own wine. Drinking with these people will affect my mood." The trident fishman and the old woman were expressionless and did not make a sound. The mindful heart emperor's eyes turned cold. He said meaningfully, "Warm the wine, don't talk nonsense. Our honored guest is here, don't be rude." He had already reminded the three of them not to target Su Yu. Now, they were making things difficult for Su Yu right from the start. They really didn't respect him, the great emperor. "Haha, sorry, I said something wrong after drinking." Warm the wine laughed. "Come, my lord from Nanming City, let me give you a toast personally." He naturally didn't have good intentions when he offered a toast. He took out the wine gourd on his back. It was filled with lava-like red wine. The wine continued to evaporate, as if it was boiling lava. "This is the divine wine I brewed myself. Only those who I admire can drink it." Warm the wine smiled. "My lord, please don't decline." Chapter 2646. Su Yu glanced at the wine. It was a wine brewed from the blood of various beasts. It contained the essence of the blood of various beasts, overbearing and strong. To Wenju, it might be a rare treasure, but to others, it was poison. Because this wine required an extremely special bloodline to be able to digest it. If an ordinary person consumed it, their body would be destroyed by the overbearing and violent beast blood. If it was light, their body would be corroded, and their consciousness would be replaced by the violence of the beast blood. If it was heavy, they would die on the spot. This cup of wine of his was filled with malice. Not only did he not have good intentions, but it was also filled with malice. Emperor Mingxin frowned. "Wenju, don't mess around." He felt humiliated. He could not control his own subordinate. How would Su Yu see him now? He must be disappointed. "Haha, great emperor, Nanming City is full of talents. This Mr. Su must be quite good to be able to become an emissary of Nanming City. How could he not even drink a cup of my wine?" Wenju chuckled. Emperor Mingxin put down the cup and grunted. "I'll say this one last time. Enough is enough." He regretted arranging for the two sides to meet. These three did not intend to give him any face. They wanted to make things difficult for Su Yu and force him to retreat. It would be impolite to refuse. However, Su Yu agreed immediately and accepted the cup of wine. Emperor Mingxin secretly tried to stop him. He gave Su Yu a look and said, "Mr. Su, don't drink it. This wine is not something you can drink. Even the other roadmasters would find it difficult to withstand the terrifying power of this wine." Su Yu said, "If I don't drink it, won't they become even more lawless? Don't worry, a mere cup of wine is not a problem for me." Wen Ju's eyes flickered. He gave this wine to force Su Yu to retreat. He did not intend for Su Yu to really drink it. Otherwise, Su Yu might really die. The trident fishman and the old woman were also surprised. Even they did not dare touch this wine. How could this little human dare to drink it? Could he not see the danger of this wine? As they pondered, Su Yu laughed. "I'll drink first." As soon as he raised his head, Su Yu wiped everything clean. The strong wine immediately seeped into his body, emitting a boiling sensation. His stomach began to feel a burning pain. That was the effect of the alcohol starting to take effect, preparing to destroy his body. However, inside Su Yu's body, a space domain was attached to every corner of his body. All the beast blood that entered his body was cut into dust. It even separated the dust. The essence was left behind, while the tyrannical components that were harmful to the body were wrapped up and transferred away without anyone noticing. This was a new space domain god art that he had learned from Yang Rant's space domain. It was somewhat similar to the Milky Way star sand of the past, which could purify everything in the world. After drinking the cup, Su Yu was unaffected. Only his body was red, as if it was burning red iron. Wisps of white smoke rose from the surface of his body. Su Yu gently opened his mouth and exhaled a long, murky breath. Good wine. Just drinking a mouthful of it can help increase one's cultivation. Su Yu laughed heartily and cupped his fists in thanks. Wen Ju was shocked and looked at Su Yu in disbelief. When he confirmed that Zhong Xian wasn't pretending to be calm and that he was really fine, he was astonished. The mermaid with the trident and the old lady were also in disbelief. Apart from Wen Ju, there was a second person who could drink the beast blood wine. The mindful emperor was even more surprised. He thought to himself, "Mr. Su is really extraordinary." Even this couldn't stop him. A smile appeared on his face again. "Mr. Su's ability to drink is extraordinary. I admire you." Wen Ju's face was slightly livid. He secretly winked at the mermaid with the trident and the old lady. The mermaid with the trident stared straight at Su Yu, and his voice was as loud and clear as a stone hammer. "Mr. Su, as a human, I wonder what you are best at." This had nothing to do with the alliance that was to be discussed at the banquet tonight. Su Yu said lightly, "I am good at many things." He was good at all of the 8 great domains of heaven and earth. Is that so? The mermaid with the trident did not think much of it. He thought to himself, this man is really arrogant. Does he think he can look down on us after drinking a cup of Wen Ju's wine? However, Su Yu was even more arrogant. "If you want to compete, show me what you are best at." The mermaid with the trident laughed angrily. "What I am best at is strength. I'm afraid you can't compete with me." Strength was referring to his physical strength. The fact that he could throw the trident so far just now proved that his strength was unparalleled. "Oh, what I am best at is also strength." Su Yu tapped the table with his finger, and many dents appeared. The mermaid with the trident sneered. "Fine, let's compete." He stood up and looked at Su Yu coldly. The mindful emperor scolded, "How dare you? This is a reception banquet, not a fight. What's more, this is my temporary imperial residence. Who would use force in the palace of the great emperor without permission? Would they still put him, a great emperor, in their eyes?" Only then did the mermaid with the trident sit down and take out a special piece of metal. It was covered with veins. At first glance, it looked like wood. This is the Golden Night Stone, one of the hardest stones in the Time Realm. The more severe the force, the more the wood veins on the Golden Night Stone will crack. Let's each pinch it and see who has more veins. Then we can compete. The mermaid with the trident stared at Su Yu. Su Yu nodded. "Sure. I'll go first." The mermaid with the trident took the stone first. He suddenly exerted force in his palm and pinched it hard. All of a sudden, the 18 veins on the golden night stone showed signs of cracking. 18 veins. The test was very fast. All it took was a firm grip. The mermaid with the trident threw the stone to Su Yu. "It's your turn." Su Yu smiled and took it casually. His face was very calm, and there was no emotional fluctuation. Wenju and the old lady secretly shook their heads. They had tried the golden night stone, and it was really not something that ordinary people could shake. It was so hard that even a middle-stage Earthmaster could not do anything to it. Only the mermaid with the trident was born with extraordinary strength could crush the veins. Su Yu was a human. He had neither innate talent nor extraordinary cultivation. Looking at his body, he did not look like he had received training in body refining techniques. He probably could not even crush a single vein. The mindful emperor was slightly worried. In fact, whether Su Yu squeezed it or not, he would lose. If he did not squeeze it, he would be ridiculed by the mermaid with the trident, and he would have something to say about whatever Su Yu discussed about the alliance. If he squeezed it, Su Yu could not squeeze it, and he would be ridiculed by the mermaid with the trident. The three of them were determined to mess up the alliance's matter. "Mr. Su, don't make things difficult for yourself," the mindful emperor sighed. Su Yu smiled faintly and grabbed the golden nightmare stone. Crack. Chapter 2647. The mermaid with the trident had only made a very faint sound when he had crushed the stone. How could it be as crisp as it was now? "What is he doing?" the mermaid with the trident could not help but ask. The rest of the people were also puzzled, and they all looked at the golden nightmare stone in his palm. In their imagination, the crisp sound could not have come from the golden nightmare stone. The stone was so hard that it could not have been crushed. However, when Su Yu opened his palm, a scene that made them gasp in shock appeared. The golden nightmare stone had not only been crushed, it had been completely turned into powder. "You used." The mermaid with the trident shouted subconsciously, but he shut his mouth halfway through. Everyone could see for themselves whether or not Su Yu had cheated. His mindless doubt had put him at a disadvantage. As the crowd was dumbfounded, Su Yu shook his palm, brushed off the powder, and said with a faint smile, "This stone is really hard. It was not easy for you to crush a few of the patterns on it." In the ears of the mermaid with the trident, it was not a compliment, but a sarcasm. The strength that he was best at was not even worth mentioning in front of someone else. It was like comparing the light of a grain of rice to the brilliance of the sun and the moon. The mermaid with the trident clenched tightly in his hand and took a sip of wine, feeling extremely puzzled. How could his strength lose to this human? Of course, he did not understand that the stone had not been crushed, but that everything inside had been corroded by the death realm. In the end, only the silent old woman was left. She gently drew something on the table with her finger, and a mysterious wave was slowly born. "Mr. Su, you really are very capable. I admire you," the old woman said. But when her voice fell into the ears of the crowd, it sounded faintly discernible, hoarse, and indescribably dreamy. The mindful emperor was secretly shocked. He wanted to warn her, but he found that he could not move. He was anxious. This was the old woman's exclusive ability, the one-word technique. Combined with the death realm in her hand, she only needed to say one word to immobilize the enemy. He did not expect the old woman to use this technique from the very beginning. It seemed that the defeat of Wenju and the Trident Mermaid had forced the old woman to take action and completely suppress Su Yu. At the same time, Wenju and the Trident Mermaid could not move. The banquet fell into a strange silence. When the old woman saw that Su Yu didn't speak, she knew that her verbal technique had succeeded. She said lightly, "However, there's always someone better out there. Sometimes, it's better for young people to keep a low profile. Don't be too ostentatious, understand?" However, while she was reprimanding him, Su Yu, who was obviously unable to move, slowly raised his wine cup and took a sip. He then said calmly, "Senior, I have learned a lot from your words, and I hope that you can use them to remind yourself often. There's always someone better out there. Senior, you can't be careless." Crack! The ripples in front of the old woman exploded on the spot. The formless airflow that was produced rolled in all directions, shattering her wine glass. A glass of wine spilled all over the old woman. The latter's old body trembled because his word technique was broken, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. You. The old woman suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with shock. Wenju, the Trident, the Mermaid Clan, and the Mindful Emperor were all suppressed by a single word. How could Su Yu, a mere human, ignore it? That was because her one-word technique was, in the end, a secret technique of the soul. It could affect the enemy's control over their bodies through the soul. And Su Yu's greatest strength was none other than the secret technique of the soul. After the word technique was broken, the others regained their mobility. Their expressions changed drastically, especially Wenju and the Trident Mermaid Clan. There was no longer any contempt in their eyes, only a deep sense of respect. Just what kind of terrifying existence was this insignificant human who didn't reveal his strength? If the previous two were still considered simple, then the old lady had directly used her most powerful secret technique to make things difficult for him. However, Su Yu had easily broken it. Was he really only at the Nirvana realm? On the other hand, the Mindful Emperor could not help but re-evaluate Su Yu, his heart filled with fear. Looking at Su Yu, who was just inches away, the Mindful Emperor felt like he was facing an abyss. Unfathomable. Sir, who are you? The old woman asked in a low voice, hiding the shock on her face. Su Yu's gaze was calm as he said, Envoy of the Nanming city. The old woman wanted to say something, but stopped. That was clearly not what she wanted to ask. The three of them looked at each other, exchanging glances. Although Su Yu's individual abilities were very powerful and beyond their expectations, an alliance was still impossible. After all, what they needed was not just Su Yu, but the power of the entire Nanming city. Su Yu's brilliance was negligible in the fight for the Time Master. Envoy of the Nanming city, we admire your abilities, but we will not agree to cooperate, Wenju said slowly as he put down his wine cup. The Trident Mermaid Clan suddenly stood up, coldly snorting, using his expression to express his intentions. The old woman sighed. I'm sorry, we cannot agree to your alliance. The three of them spoke in unison, expressing their intentions. They did not give the Mindful Emperor any face. In their eyes, the Mindful Emperor did not even exist. The Mindful Emperor trembled with anger. All of you, sit down. However, the three of them only looked at Su Yu, not obeying the Mindful Emperor's orders. Unexpectedly, Su Yu said calmly, I think the three of you have misunderstood something. Su Yu was still sitting leisurely, fiddling with the empty wine cup in his palm. Exchanging blows with the three of you is not showing off my brilliance to the three of you, Su Yu said calmly. Isn't that right? The three of them did not think so. Su Yu was trying so hard to show off his brilliance to them, in hopes that they would change their opposing attitudes. I am just telling you that you are not as important as you think, Su Yu said calmly. He. Wenju only smiled, shaking the wine gourd in his hand. Whether we are important or not, it is not up to an outsider like you to decide. You should ask our Mindful Emperor. With the three of them's contributions and their importance to the Dongming city, who had the right to say that they were not important? Who had the right to say that they were not important? The Mindful Emperor did not say a word. He indeed did not have the right, nor the courage, to say that they were not important. Slap. However, at that moment, Su Yu slammed his palm on the wine table, causing it to tremble slightly. When he moved his palm away, a formation flag appeared in front of the crowd. What is this? The Trident Mermaid Clan casually glanced at it. At first, he did not pay much attention to it, but when he looked carefully, he suddenly noticed that there was an unusually eye-catching hourglass symbol in the center of the formation flag. When Wenju and the old woman saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 2648. Even the Mindful Emperor stood up abruptly, breathing heavily as he stared at the treasure. Although it was only a low-level ruler treasure, however, the meaning behind it was extraordinary. Whether it was defense, attack, or support, it was at the level of a heavenly law master. A ruler treasure was equivalent to the power of 100 Earth Masters. The Mindful Emperor swallowed hard, saying in disbelief, Mr. Su, where did you get your ruler treasure? Didn't they say that all the ruler treasures had been destroyed? Where it came from is not important. What's important is that it already belongs to you, Suyu said calmly. Give it to me. The mindful emperor's heart skipped a beat. Such an important thing was actually given to him. If we can become allies, Suyu added. The mindful emperor was naturally overjoyed. He could not wait to hold the ruler treasure in his hands. My original intention was to form an alliance with Nanming City. Wait. Wen Ju stopped him again. He looked deeply at the ruler artifact and said, "This is just a low-grade ruler artifact. It's useless. We still won't agree to it." The old woman and the trident mermaid nodded. A ruler treasure might be useful, but its usefulness was limited. The mindful emperor was angry that he had been doused with cold water. 3 stubborn old fools. What benefits had the Shiming City offered to form an alliance with Dongming City? Would they give the ruler treasure to Dongming City? The answer was no. But the 3 old fools insisted on choosing Shiming City. Slap! Suyu slammed the table again. This slap caused the hearts of the 3 and the mindful emperor to tremble. Could this fellow have taken out another ruler treasure? That was impossible. Ruler treasures were already rare. Now that they had been destroyed, there were not many left. It was already a miracle that Suyu had given one. How could there be another? When Suyu moved his palm away, 2 pieces of ruler's magical treasures were revealed. I have never been stingy with my allies, Suyu said calmly. The mindful emperor was extremely excited. Even if the ruler treasures were not destroyed, with Dongming City's contribution points, they could at most exchange for a low-level ruler treasure. 3 pieces. This was simply a great fortune. Do the 3 of you have anything else to say? Emperor Mindheart faced the 3 of them. If 1 treasure wasn't enough, then what about 3? 3. West Bright City only had 3 ruler-level treasures. Could they give all 3 to Dongming City? This time, Wen Ju and the other 2 were deeply moved. They clearly understood that since Suyu could give away 3 rulers' treasures, he must have a lot of treasures left on him. Cooperating with Southern Ming City was the wisest choice. However, they were already in a difficult position. From making things difficult for Suyu in the beginning, to making it clear that he was firmly against Suyu. If their attitude changed by 180 degrees now, where would their faces be? What prestige would they have left in front of the mindful emperor? Most importantly, Emperor Mindheart had 3 hegemon treasures in his possession, so he was extremely confident. Were the 3 of them still that important? Did they still have the right to speak in Dongming City? The answer was no. We firmly oppose it. Wen Ju used almost all his strength to refute. The other 2 also replied to the mindful emperor with their eyes. He saw the expressions of the 3 of them and was completely disappointed. Before this, what the 3 of them cared about the most was not the future of Dongming City, but their own power. Before this, they could still use the excuse of caring about the future of Dongming City. Now, they had completely exposed their true nature. The 3 of you, please do not pester us endlessly. The mindful emperor said in a low voice, forming an alliance with Dongming City is our only way out. Please put aside your personal interests and work together to create a future for Dongming City. These words were a showdown with the 3 of them. Wen Ju spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, "Phut. If not for the 3 of us, would Dongming City be where it is today? Great Emperor, now that your wings have grown, you no longer care about the 3 of us, right?" The mermaid with the trident coldly snorted. "Great Emperor, please look at the situation clearly. If you insist on going your own way, it will be very difficult for me to provide Dongming City with sufficient resources. When that time comes, don't blame me for what happens to Dongming City." The old woman also sighed. "Great Emperor, please face the reality. The 3 of them had completely exposed their true colors. How was this the appearance of a subject? They were clearly riding on the mindful emperor's head. The mindful emperor was furious. But he had to think about it. These 3 people were indeed too important to Dongming City, to the point where it could not be any more important. He could not abandon the 3 of them. Slap, however, right at that moment, Suyu slammed his palm on the table again, causing all of them to shiver. The mindful emperor's gaze was like lightning as his heart thumped wildly. Is this fake? He still has a ruler's treasure to take out? Wen Ju and the other two's expressions darkened, but they were very calm. No matter how many ruler's treasures he took out, they would never agree. Unless the mindful emperor was willing to give them up. But was that even possible? Without them, Dongming City was nothing. Su Yu's palm slowly moved away. There was only one ruler's treasure. But it was the 8th-ranked attacking ruler's treasure. A middle-grade ruler's treasure. The blazing jade seal. The mindful emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. No one could exchange for a treasure of this level. Because the required contribution points were extremely high. Even Xiaohao could not obtain it. But Su Yu had obtained it and was willing to give it to the mindful emperor. If this treasure was used, it would be enough to sweep away all the previous powerful roadmasters. With this item, the mindful emperor could be said to have the best chance of survival. Even if Dongming City's power was halved, it would not matter. This item was equivalent to at least half of Dongming City's power. We firmly oppose the alliance with Nanming City, Wen Ju said stubbornly, refusing to bow his head. The mindful emperor laughed soundlessly. Unknowingly, he straightened his back and a strong confidence that he had never shown before appeared on his face. Your opposition is invalid. The mindful emperor stared at them coldly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. If you still oppose, all of you can scram. He had long had enough of these 3 old fellows. Now, he could finally get rid of them completely. Wen Ju's face turned red with anger. Mindful, you are ungrateful and heartless. Have you forgotten how we helped you until today? But the mindful emperor had already seen through everything. Just take it as me being ungrateful. Make your choice, support the alliance, or scram. The mindful emperor was high-spirited, his aura imposing. Wen Ju and the other two had ugly expressions. The situation had changed too quickly. So quickly that they could not adapt to it. A moment ago, they had been riding on the mindful emperor's head, but now they were being forced to bow their heads or scram. The 3 of them exchanged glances. They quickly communicated with their souls. After a while, a ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the 3 people. Great Emperor, Dongming City does not belong to you alone, it is also ours. Wen Ju shouted coldly, suddenly attacking. But his target was not the Great Emperor. It was Su Yu. Chapter 2649. How dare you, the mindful emperor bellowed. This was blatant rebellion. His eyes flashed as he took out a piece of wood from his sleeves. This was a protective treasure given to him by his master. Now that Su Yu was in danger, he could not care less about the importance of this item. But Wen Ju and the other 2 knew the mindful emperor like the back of their hands. As soon as he took out the piece of wood, the old woman drew a circle in the air with her finger, and a mystical wave radiated out. Great Emperor, don't force us. The spell of words was activated, and the mindful emperor was immediately immobilized. The powerful guards outside the courtyard had not noticed the situation in the courtyard, and could not save him in time. The mindful emperor was furious, but he could do nothing. He could only watch as they attacked Su Yu in front of him. The mermaid's eyes flashed. If this person can take out 4 Dominator treasures, he must have more. Wen Ju's eyes were filled with greed. Yes. Once we get the Dominator treasures, we can sweep through the world. Why would we need an alliance? The Great Emperor is confused. The 3 of them stared at Su Yu as if he were a fish on the chopping block, waiting for them to slaughter him. Su Yu sat calmly, not even showing the slightest bit of surprise. He was not the least bit flustered. Fine, I was still hesitating on how to deal with you, Su Yu said calmly. He couldn't tolerate the 3 of them. The 3 unstable factors that were riding on the heads of their allies had to be eliminated. But was he going to chase them away or kill them? Su Yu had not made a decision yet. If he killed them, he could not bring himself to do it without any grievances. But if he chased them away, he was worried that they would expose the secret of Dongming City and the Dominator treasures on him. Luckily, the 3 of them had been reckless and had set their sights on him. Fei Yunsheng laughed softly behind him. I really admire Lord Su for having the patience to waste words with 3 small fries. If it were me, I would have done it long ago. Su Yu said calmly, you must have a good reason. Killing people for no reason was not his principle. Now that we have a reason, how many do you want to leave alive? Fei Yunsheng put down his crossed arms. Su Yu said, leave none alive. What was the point of keeping them alive? Fei Yunsheng laughed. All right, I understand. Traces of the Tao Lord's power revolved around his palm. The merman with the trident sharpened his eyes and said, I will hold this person back. You two finish this quickly. Everyone understood the principle of capturing the ringleader first in order to capture the followers. Take another strike from me. The mermaid with the trident held the heavy trident in his hand and fiercely stabbed forward. The one who caught his trident and threw it back was probably this bamboo hat man, right? He was not convinced. In the previous attack, the mermaid with the trident did not use his full strength. If he had used his full strength, the other party might not have been able to withstand it. Fei Yunsheng said disdainfully, can't even withstand a single blow. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and took the trident head-on. His expression was casual, and he did not use much strength in his hands. However, the three-pronged mermaid race's full power attack was easily received by Xiao Chen. The mermaid with the trident suddenly stopped, as if she had run into an incomparably heavy mountain. It suddenly stopped, and the tyrannical power in the trident rolled back, shattering the mermaid's arm into a bloody mist on the spot. Fei Yunsheng didn't even look at it. He flipped his hand and threw the trident back. At such a close distance, he threw it back seriously. The result could be easily imagined. The trident carried a wave of heaven and earth Tao energy as it smashed over with unparalleled might. The mermaid with the trident's expression changed drastically. Only at such a close distance did he feel Fei Yunsheng's terror. That was definitely an existence that was a level above him. Quick, save me. Scales appeared on the mermaid's body as a layer of defense. Wen Ju and the old woman sensed the change and quickly blocked the trident. The three Tao lords worked together and finally barely managed to catch the trident. However, the price was heavy. The mermaid's scales were damaged, and he was covered in blood. Wen Ju and the old woman were covered in blood, their faces filled with pain. Their palms were all charred black. The power of the trident was too strong, to the point that they could not resist. Who are you? Finally, Wen Ju and the other two had a serious expression. He even had a very bad premonition. Fei Yunsheng slowly took off his bamboo hat and sneered, the three of you probably do not have the right to call me sir. His face was slowly revealed. Seeing his face, the three exclaimed. Han Jianke Fei Yunsheng. Han Jianke was Fei Yunsheng's title. To have a title, one could see that his influence was extraordinary. Fei Yunsheng was a famous Tao Lord expert. His fame was not only in the sacred city, but in the entire time domain. His strength could be said to be invincible below the Tao Lord middle stage. You're not so ignorant. Fei Yunsheng put down his bamboo hat and said indifferently, do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it yourselves? Wen Ju's heart sank. The mermaid and the old woman also felt extremely pressured. Facing Fei Yunsheng, the three of them together were not his match. This time, they had really miscalculated. Fei Yunsheng, you are the mighty Han Jianke, standing alone in the sacred city. Why do you want to work for a mere human? Join Dongming City, and we can give you whatever you want. Wen Ju's eyes moved as he spoke. However, Fei Yunsheng sneered, not bothering to hide his disdain. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. With just the few of you, you can't give me what I want. He couldn't help but pity them, as the three fellows in front of him didn't know what kind of existence Su Yu, whom they were going to deal with, was. Not only did he have an endless supply of time crystals, but he also had a treasure that could destroy the time domain. Yet, they were ignorant of this and were constantly opposing him. How pitiful. Seeing that it was useless to bribe him, the old woman's expression softened. She said to Su Yu, Mr. Su, we have seen your abilities and the potential of Dongming City. Now, we have decided to reconsider our alliance with Nanming City. Let's stop here and not harm our friendship. Actually, what Su Yu hated the most was not Wen Ju or the mermaid. It was this old woman. She seemed to be the most gentle of the three, but in fact, she was the most untrustworthy one. At least Wenju and the mermaid made their attitudes clear. She had a gentle expression and could advance or retreat at will. When she had the upper hand, she would advance and force the great Emperor Mingxin. When she lost the upper hand, she would retreat and ask for peace with a gentle attitude. You are the ones who harmed our friendship, not me. You are the ones who did not cherish the opportunity, not me, Su Yu said indifferently. He had no intention of talking. Since things had come to this, there was no point in keeping them here. Wenju narrowed his eyes and said, "Young man, you must think carefully before you act. You cannot act on impulse." Chapter 2650. Killing us will only give you a moment of satisfaction, but have you thought about the trouble that will come with working with Dongming City in the future? If the alliance is not smooth, the gains will not make up for the losses. After all, without Dongming City, your Nanming City will be alone. Haha. Su Yu laughed. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 ruler treasures floated in the air. You still don't understand the situation. I came to form an alliance, not to beg, but to give face to Emperor Mingxin, Su Yu said slowly as he stood up. Behind him, a total of 20 ruler treasures glowed with different colors. Every one of them had a shocking aura. Among them were even the top 10 shocking treasures. With so many ruler treasures, why would he need any allies? He could single-handedly sweep through the entire time realm. Who could stop the descendants of the Time Master in the Time Realm? Most likely, they would all be turned to dust by a sovereign lord's treasure. Old Wenju's eyes widened, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. You have so many ruler artifacts, why did you come to Eastern Brightness City? It did not make sense. Su Yu alone was enough to help Empress Star Rain ascend to the position of ruler. The mermen and the old woman would not understand why Su Yu was doing this. If he had shown them the ruler treasures earlier, would they still be so arrogant? Su Yu said calmly, "I do not wish to repeat myself." He had already said that he was giving face to Emperor Mingxin. Fei Yunsheng chuckled, "You have nothing to say, right? Then go on your way." When Ju recovered from his shock, he finally understood that the capital he was so proud of was nothing in Su Yu's eyes. It was laughable that they had been so full of themselves, resolutely opposed to forming an alliance with Su Yu. In the end, Su Yu was giving them charity. Unfortunately, Fei Yunsheng would not give them the chance to regret. With a flash of blood, Fei Yunsheng ended the lives of the three. He clapped his hands. Finally, it's quiet. The spell was lifted. Emperor Mingxin finally regained his mobility. His expression was immediately replaced by shock. It was not only because Fei Yunsheng had exposed himself, but also because Su Yu had 20 ruler treasures. After a brief moment of surprise, Emperor Mingxin stood up bitterly. "Mr. Su, I would also like to ask, what is the meaning of your alliance with Dongming City?" He was clearly able to sweep through everything by himself. Su Yu replied calmly, "There is no particular reason. It is only because you have already reached an alliance agreement with the southern Ming city." Hearing this, the mindful emperor smiled, but it was obvious that his smile was bitter. "Mr. Su, I appreciate your good intentions, but what's the point of such an alliance?" His initial intention of allying with southern Ming city was to fuse the strength of both sides and defeat the other opponents. In the end, they would compete for the position of ruler. But now, even if their alliance reached the end, was there still a need for a final contest? No matter how one looked at it, it was southern Ming city that was suppressing them, right? In the end, the mindful emperor was still going to be devoured by the Star Rain Empress. Su Yu looked in the direction of the holy city and narrowed his eyes slowly. He said, "I've been thinking about this for a long time. Does the competition for the position of the master require the descendants of the master to kill each other and merge with each other? According to tradition, when the descendants of the sovereign lord fought each other, they would be able to absorb the sovereign lord's time bloodline and use it to develop their own domain of time. When he killed the last one, he would be able to reach the Yuan realm and become the ruler of time. But what if the descendants of the Time Master used other methods to reach the Yuan realm? Why give up so easily until the last moment?" Su Yu looked at the mindful emperor. He still had a good impression of the man. The mindful emperor thought for a moment, then smiled in shame. "I have fallen into a disadvantage. That's right, why give up so easily until the last moment? Southern Ming City might not have the last laugh. Even if they had the last laugh, they might not have to kill each other. This was the first time the competition for the position of the Master of Time had taken place. Who knew what would happen in the end? Mr. Su, thank you for your guidance. I am very grateful. The mindful emperor personally raised his cup, full of gratitude. Su Yu smiled. Both sides clinked their cups and reached an agreement on their alliance. Mr. Su, please enjoy yourself in my palace for the next few days. We will discuss the specifics of the alliance in detail. All right. The banquet ended. The mindful emperor removed the surrounding seals and ordered people to clean up the mess. Zijun led her people in. When she saw the 3 corpses of Wenju and the others, she could not help but turn pale with fright. My lords. She immediately pulled out her sword and pointed it at Su Yu. What did you do? At the same time, she stood in front of the mindful emperor to protect him. Great Emperor, stand back. The mindful emperor scolded, how dare you? Stand back. How dare you be rude to Mr. Su? Zijun turned to look at the Great Emperor. Great Emperor, he killed the 3 lords, right? How can you be merciful to him? As she spoke, she thrust her sword forward without a care in the world. Su Yu's calm gaze flickered with sharpness. His figure flashed like a ghost and appeared in front of Zijun. He then grabbed her long sword with one hand. With a creak, the death domain secretly activated and corroded the sword on the spot. He then slapped her on the shoulder with his palm. The unparalleled strength of the mysterious path caused Zijun to fly backward and spit out blood. She only stopped after smashing through a part of the city wall. Zijun lay in the ruins, her mouth full of blood. She was in disbelief. How could Su Yu's strength have increased so much in such a short time? He could even destroy her long sword single-handedly. Little girl, I have forgiven you once or twice, but that does not mean I will tolerate you forever. This palm is just a small punishment. If you offend me again, you will be punished severely. This Zijun was really too much. Zijun clenched her teeth. Just as she was about to say something, the mindful emperor had already walked over. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Zijun, go back to your sister. I do not need anyone here for the time being. He was utterly disappointed in Zijun. Zijun shuddered. Great Emperor, you would rather believe him than me? The mindful emperor nodded and said, you could say that. At least Su Yu had given him 3 dominator treasures and showed him so many trump cards. He trusted him a lot. On the other hand, Zijun. Sometimes, the mindful emperor really could not see through his wife's sister. She was childish, but she was also an adult. But every time she spoke, she was extremely rash. Last time in Nanming City, she had repeatedly made sarcastic remarks against Su Yu. The mindful emperor had already reprimanded her. Now, it was even worse. According to his confidant, when Zijun went to greet Su Yu and the others, she did not follow his instructions and entertain them warmly. Instead, she threw them aside and only sent a few servants to serve them. Moreover, she was not attentive. I will tell my sister. You are bullying me. Zijun turned and ran away. But she did not look for her sister. Instead, she went to a corner. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly crushed a communication jade. At the same time, Su Yu returned to the place where he was staying under Fei Yunsheng's protection. There was no one around. Fei Yunsheng's eyes flashed as he asked, Mr. Su, I still do not understand why you insist on forming an alliance with Dongming City. It was completely meaningless. Chapter 2651. Su Yu walked in front, looking toward the northern starry sky. Do you know what kind of people can live the longest? He asked. Fei Yunsheng pondered for a long time before affirming, the strongest. Only those who were at the peak of strength could survive until the end. But Su Yu shook his head. No. Fei Yunsheng frowned. Then what kind of people are they? Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. This was a world where only the strongest could stand at the pinnacle and survive until the end. They are the most formless people. The most formless. Fei Yunsheng did not understand what Su Yu was referring to. The strongest are the strongest, but they are the easiest to attack and the easiest to fall. On the other hand, the formless hide in the dark, accumulating their strength. When the world is about to fall, they will emerge and ascend to the throne. At this point, how could Fei Yunsheng not understand? Su Yu's intention was for Nanming City to continue hiding and bide its time, presenting itself as the weakest of the four cities. And to use Dongming City as bait. When the chaos was about to subside, Nanming City would appear again, defeating all the descendants of the rulers. Hearing this, Fei Yunsheng could not help but stare at Su Yu, secretly shocked. How simple was Su Yu's plan? Anyone would have understood. However, his vision, and schemes that overlooked the overall situation caused others to feel as if they were facing an abyss and felt extremely uneasy. From the start, Dongming City had been a chess piece in Su Yu's hands. No matter how nice his words were to the mindful emperor's face, he actually had his own plans. Emperor Mingxin is not a bad person. I feel guilty for using him like this. Su Yu sighed. Fei Yunsheng did not agree, saying, Mr. Su is too kind, you filter too much. With Emperor Mingxin's abilities, without the ruler's treasures, he would have been annihilated if he went against Shiming City or even Beiming City. Mr. Su, if you gave him 4 rulers' treasures, he would have had the right to fight. Furthermore, Mr. Su, you helped him get rid of the 3 great threats. Emperor Mingxin would be grateful to you. Even if he knew you were using him, he would be willing to follow your orders. Su Yu slowly nodded. Just as he was about to enter the house to rest, the communication technique beside him activated. As Su Yu scanned it, his expression changed slightly. Lord Su, it seems to be a happy occasion? Fei Yunsheng asked. Su Yu nodded. Yes, it's a joyous occasion. A letter from Yangran. Xiaohao agreed, then gave Su Yu the magical treasure that could speed up time by 10,000 times. But the prerequisite was that he had to help him get rid of someone. This person was the waning Moon Empress' most trusted aide. He and Yangran had the same identity, a member of the Time Domain's Upper Palace branch. His name was the Soul Summoning Scholar. Fei Yunsheng swept his gaze across the book, wanting to read its contents. Su Yu put it away, seemingly unintentionally. It was better not to let Fei Yunsheng know too much about some things. Soul Summoning Scholar? Su Yu thought to himself. He remembered that when the waning Moon Empress ambushed him, those messengers successfully disguised themselves as the Time Master's people. The biggest reason was that there was no hourglass above their heads. Besides, Su Yu could not think of any other way to forge such a realistic image. On top of that, the Soul Summoning Scholar's name had the word soul in it. Su Yu had more or less guessed his identity. He was a master of the soul path who had mastered the soul summoning domain. Turning a thought into reality. Interesting, Su Yu muttered to himself. The next 2 days might not be peaceful. Keep an eye out, Su Yu said calmly. Not peaceful? When Ju and the other 2 threats had been eradicated. How could there still be hidden dangers? At least, Fei Yunsheng could not see it. In the next few days, the alliance negotiations between Nanming City and Dongming City went smoothly. Both sides were magnanimous and did not argue too much about the details. Mr. Su, we can officially sign the alliance agreement tomorrow. I hope we can work well together. Emperor Mingxin was in a good mood. Su Yu nodded and cupped his fists in greeting. Rest early tonight, Emperor. Tomorrow is the alliance signing ceremony, Su Yu reminded him, patting his shoulder. Emperor Mingxin laughed. Don't worry, the ceremony will definitely satisfy you, Mr. Su. He was in a good mood. Emperor Mingxin returned to his palace. In the palace, a young lady with a gentle expression walked over with a smile. Emperor, you are in a good mood today. Is it because the alliance signing went smoothly? Emperor Mingxin took off his cloak and smiled. Haha, Ru-er, bring me some wine. Let's drink to our heart's content today. The Empress was full of smiles. She had not seen the Emperor so happy in a long time. For a long time, the Emperor had been frowning and working hard every day. He had not been so relaxed for many years. She immediately took out the Emperor's favorite Jade River wine and said, "This was prepared by Zijun. Have a taste." Emperor Mingxin's joyful expression turned to one of helplessness. How is Zijun now? He chased Zijun away from his side, still a little worried. The Empress said gently, "Don't blame yourself. Zijun knows she is at fault and does not blame you." Emperor Mingxin nodded. Zijun was the Empress' sister after all. He had promised to help her, but now he had chased her away. Hearing that he reflected on his mistakes, the Empress was relieved. As he thought to himself, he raised his cup and drank from it. "WN Jiang Jade Cloud's wine is my favorite wine. Zijun is very thoughtful." The Empress smiled and poured a second cup for the Emperor. However, just as she was about to pour the cup, she suddenly realized that the Emperor's hand that was holding the cup was trembling violently. She looked up and let out a cry of surprise. That was because the mindful Heart Emperor's body was currently engulfed in dark green flames, burning his entire body. Traces of pain condensed on the mindful Emperor's face. However, the mindful Emperor sat there motionlessly, not reacting in the slightest. "Emperor!" The Empress rushed forward and tried to put out the fire. But a hand grabbed her shoulder. "Sister, it's too late." The Empress turned around and saw Zijun. She looked at the Emperor with a complicated expression. There was regret, and helplessness in her eyes. "Zijun, put out the fire. Why are you pulling me?" The Empress tried to break free from Zijun's hand. But Zijun held her hand tightly, not letting go. The Empress finally realized that something was wrong. She stared at Zijun in disbelief. You put something in the wine, right?" Only 2 people could touch the Emperor's wine. One was her, and the other was her sister. The one who did it could only be her sister. "Zijun, you are crazy. How could you poison the Emperor?" The Empress screamed. Chapter 2652. Looking at the mindful Heart Great Emperor's shocked and confused eyes, Zijun lowered his head and said slowly, "Great Emperor, don't blame me. I had no choice." As she spoke, she took out a dagger. It was a gloomy and cryptic dagger that was filled with intense soul fluctuations. What are you going to do to me?" However, to Zijun's surprise, Emperor Mingxin, who was supposed to be unable to speak, suddenly spoke. The flames on his body were slowly extinguished. What happened? Zijun was surprised. What she had put in the wine was not a deadly poison. No one would dare to kill the descendant of the Time Master. That kind of poison would only paralyze Emperor Mingxin, rendering him unable to move. "Why did you betray me?" Emperor Mingxin stood up, his heart aching. He could ignore the betrayal of Wenju and the other 2. But Zijun was the sister of the Empress, a relative whom he regarded as his confidant. Why would she betray him? Zijun's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She stepped forward and stabbed the dagger. The poison in Emperor Mingxin's body had not been completely removed, so he could not avoid it. "Time freeze." Emperor Mingxin's eyes were red as he shouted, "Put down the Empress." Time fluctuations radiated out immediately. But Zijun was obviously prepared for this. She crushed a jade pendant. A wave of time acceleration was released from it, counteracting the effect of time freeze. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zijun carried the Empress and ran away. But halfway through, a light laugh was suddenly heard. No wonder Mr. Su said that something would happen in the next few days. "I didn't expect you to betray Emperor Mingxin." What a surprise! Fei Yunsheng was really impressed by Su Yu. He could foresee everything in the world. He did not see that the girl named Zijun was a traitor. But Su Yu not only saw it, but also guessed that this woman must have been up to no good. As expected, Zijun's face turned pale, but she was still calm. She opened her mouth and shouted, "Go!" A wave of space fluctuations exploded from her chest, instantly swallowing her and the Empress. Fei Yunsheng did not chase after them, but smiled lightly. "I feel that even your escape using the power of space might have been within Mr. Su's expectations." Zijun ran away. With a space teleportation, she escaped outside Dongming City. There was a pile of rubble. Zijun waved his sleeves and swept away the rubble. Only then could he see that there was a teleportation array that had been prepared for many years. He only needed to teleport away from the mindful Emperor's pursuit. She threw out a few time crystals and successfully activated them. Xiao Chen looked around at the empty wilderness. After making sure that there was no one around, he heaved a sigh of relief and jumped up. A white light flashed, and he was teleported away without a hitch. She took a deep look at Dongming City and sighed, "Don't hate me." Then, with a flash of white light, he entered a long-distance teleportation. Ding! A soft sound rang out. This was the sound of the teleportation ending. So fast. Zijun was puzzled. This was a long-distance teleportation, which should take at least 2 hours. Why did he arrive in such a short time? She opened her eyes and found herself in a familiar courtyard. This was the place where he had lived for many years. How could he not know? Great Emperor's Palace? Zijun exclaimed in disbelief. The other end of the teleportation formation was clearly connected to the extremely distant Shiming City. How could he have returned to the Great Emperor's Palace? Suddenly, from the corner of Zijun's eyes, he saw a white figure leaning against the rockery with a faint smile on his face. Suyu. Zijun's heart skipped a beat. Suyu stood up and said, "Miss Zijun, where are you going?" Zijun stared at Suyu and coldly said, "What did you do?" Suyu shrugged. "I didn't do anything. I just slightly changed the destination of the transportation portal under the pile of rubble before you arrived." Suyu had suspected Zijun's identity a long time ago. He had arrived at the peak 2 days ago, so he had been paying attention to Zijun's actions. He had also seen her going to the rubble to check if the teleportation array was working properly. In passing, he had made some slight changes to the formation. "You bastard!" Zijun angrily shouted and slapped him. Her cultivation was not weak, but it was still a little weaker than Suyu's. Suyu did not dodge. He calmly said, "2 days ago, I should have warned you. If you offend me again, I won't just give you a slap." POW. A gust of space energy suddenly exploded in front of Zijun. Zijun was careless and was blown away. His chest was badly mutilated. The Empress, who was on his shoulder, rolled down. She was not injured. Zijun's face was full of pain. "Suyu, you don't know anything. You don't understand how terrifying the waning Moon Empress is. Anyone who goes against her will die." "Oh, is that the reason for your betrayal?" Suyu shook his head disappointedly. "I thought it was some kind of helpless reason. It turns out that it was just this." He had thought about the reason for Zijun's betrayal. Could it be that the Empress had something on him? Now it seemed that it was not the case. "So, you don't understand the waning Moon Empress at all?" Zijun shouted angrily. Suyu calmly said, "I should know her better than you do. For example, if I let you go, you will not live to see tomorrow." Zijun looked incredulous. Suyu was going to let him go. However, Suyu walked forward, helped the Empress up, and left. He had no intention of paying attention to Zijun. Zijun was stunned. "Are you really going to let me go?" At that moment, the patrolling guards in the yard noticed the commotion and ran over. Zijun clenched her teeth and ran away immediately. She left in the middle of the night, heading straight for Shiming City. In the Mindful Emperor's bedroom, Suyu returned the Empress to the Mindful Emperor. After making sure that she was fine, the Mindful Emperor's face finally showed a look of relief. However, his face was still filled with deep sorrow. Unknowingly, he had fallen to the point where he was deserted by everyone. Even his most trusted confidant had secretly betrayed him. Suyu patted the Mindful Emperor's shoulder. A trace of the space domain was retracted without anyone noticing. It was the space domain that Suyu had secretly placed on top of the Mindful Emperor. Its purpose was to dissolve the poison in the Mindful Emperor's body. This was also the reason why the Mindful Emperor was able to recover so quickly even though he was clearly poisoned. "It's a good thing that she was exposed. If we wait until later, it will be a bigger disaster," Suyu said. The Mindful Emperor clenched his fists. "I just can't accept it. The waning Moon Empress is too arrogant. She even planted a spy among my confidants." Suyu smiled and said profoundly, "Great, I'm going to meet the waning Moon Empress. Take care, Great Emperor." "Hey!" The Mindful Emperor lifted his eyes to look at Suyu. His pupils shrank. Suyu's body was slowly dissipating. Chapter 2653. Zijun traveled through several cities that night and used the space transportation portal many times. Finally, The next morning, she arrived at the border between Shiming City and Dongming City. Miss Zijun, just as she arrived at the boundary stone at the border, a figure appeared. Lord Zhuo. Zijun looked relieved. She had finally met someone. Looking at Zhuo Wei, who was as powerful as an Earthmaster, Zijun felt a sense of respect and trust in him. Because they were the same kind of people, traitors. Zijun was a traitor of Dongming City, and Zhuo Wei was a traitor of Nanming City. He used to be one of the 10 bodyguards of the Star Rain Empress. Miss Zijun, I'm glad you are fine. Zhuo Wei looked around and asked, did you not save your sister? Zijun shook her head regretfully. Unfortunately, I met a troublesome guy who took my sister back. Zhuo Wei's face was full of disappointment. Dongming City is about to be destroyed. If your sister is not saved in time, she will be buried in the sea of fire along with Dongming City. Zijun said helplessly, it's all that guy's fault. My sister could not escape with me. She did not know that Zhuo Wei's eyes were filled with coldness. Why would the Shiming City care about Zijun and her sister? What they wanted was for Zijun to bring the Empress of Dongming City to Shiming City as a hostage. The mindful emperor had always been devoted to the Empress. If the Empress was taken as a hostage, would the mindful emperor not submit? Unfortunately, Zijun did not succeed. Forget it. I will ask the Empress to send a master to save your sister. Zhuo Wei comforted her. His eyes flashed as he asked, then, did you bring back any useful information? Zijun nodded. Of course, she said cautiously, but I can only tell the Empress alone. In fact, she did not have any important information to bring back. Zijun was not around to discuss the alliance between Su Yu and the mindful emperor. She did not know that Su Yu had an infinite number of dominator treasures. Haha, you worry too much. I was just asking. Zhuo Wei smiled and stepped aside. Let's go. I have prepared everything for you. Zijun took a deep breath to calm himself down. She had been undercover in Dongming City for many years and had secretly provided Dongming City with countless top-secret information. It could be said that he had worked hard and made countless contributions. No matter what, the waning Moon Empress would heavily reward him. She turned her head to look at Dongmingcheng behind her and slowly shook her head. Dongmingcheng, goodbye. My choice is not wrong. With that, he stepped into the territory of West Bright City. When he passed by Zhuo Wei, he suddenly put his hand on Zijun's shoulder. Zijun, look at this. Zijun subconsciously turned his head, but what he saw was a round bead that looked like a snake's eye. The moment he saw the bead, his eyes immediately glazed over and his body stiffened, unable to move. Zijun, what other important information do you have? Tell me now. Zhuo Wei's voice sounded mysterious. Zijun was deeply immersed in it. He could not help but answer honestly, no. Emperor Mindheart didn't even allow me to participate in the most important part of the negotiations. Did you bring anything important with you? Zijun shook his head. No. Emperor Mindheart has seen through my identity. Hearing this, Zhuo Wei's face gradually darkened and he put away the bead in his palm. When Zijun woke up, he immediately shouted, "What did you do to me just now?" Zhuo Wei stood there and calmly said, "Nothing, I just followed the waning Moon Empress order to see if you still have value." Zijun's heart skipped a beat. You searched my soul? Yes. Zhuo Wei was very calm. Zijun forced himself to calm down. So what? I am loyal and devoted to the Empress, and have made countless contributions to the Empress. I have made contributions that no one can replace, and I have. Unfortunately, Zhuo Wei interrupted him impatiently. Stop. Zhuo Wei said lightly, the Empress said that she doesn't keep idle people. Zhuo Wei looked up with a trace of pity in his eyes. Now you have neither strength nor intelligence. If you go back to see the Empress, won't you make things difficult for her? Zijun suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She knew that the waning Moon Empress wanted to get rid of her. Because she was already worthless. They were both traitors. The reason why Zhuo Wei was put in an important position was that he was a pathmaster and had great value. But what value did Zijun have? Nothing. I still have the God's eye talent. I can see very far away. I still have value. I want to see the Empress. Zijun backed away in fear. She wanted to find someone to rely on. But Dongming City was too far away, so far that she could never go back. I almost forgot that you still have the God's Eye talent. A cruel smile appeared on Zhuo Wei's face. The Empress said that you can take off your God's Eye and give it to someone who can use it better. No. You can't do this to me. Zijun said desperately. I betrayed my sister and brother-in-law, but in the end, you treat me like this. Aren't you afraid that other people will be disappointed? If this continued, who would dare to rely on the waning moon Empress? Zhuo Wei shrugged. I'm sorry, but we are not afraid. After all, no one will know if we kill you. Then, Zhuo Wei approached Zijun step by step. The powerful aura of an Earth Pathmaster made Zijun tremble. I'm sorry, Zijun. To be honest, I quite like your naive and stupid look. Zhuo Wei approached Zijun with a sinister smile. Shrill screams resounded in the deathly stillness of the border between the two worlds. Finally, the screams subsided and were completely extinguished. Zhuo Wei's palm was dripping with blood. He held a blood-stained eye that had been dug out. He, I can ask the Empress to bestow this to me. This is good stuff. Beneath his feet was the dead Zijun. With a flick of his finger, a ball of flame immediately burned Zijun's body, turning it into ashes. Zhuo Wei was about to leave when he suddenly realized that there was a vacuum in the ashes. Does she have some kind of treasure on her? Zhuo Wei waved his sleeves, sweeping away the dust on the ground to reveal what was hidden under the dust. But it was not a treasure. It was a space area the size of a palm. There was a person the size of a mosquito standing quietly with his hands behind his back. Zhuo Wei was surprised. He revolved his pupils and looked carefully. When he gradually saw the face of the mosquito, he subconsciously screamed, Su Yu? How could he forget Su Yu, whom the Empress Star Rain regarded as her brother? Su Yu calmly said, Long time no see, Zhuo Wei. How are you doing with the waning moon Empress? The space area suddenly exploded, forcing Zhuo Wei back. Su Yu's mosquito-sized body rapidly expanded, finally returning to his normal size. Chapter 2654. He was pleasantly surprised. Zhuo Wei was the confidant of the Star Rain Empress. Capturing him would be a great achievement. I am here to see the waning moon Empress. This is the only way. Su Yu took out a jade seal. The jade seal had been activated. Zhuo Wei's face finally froze, and he took a step back. Su Yu, let's mind our own business. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a magical treasure. A powerful magical treasure could not make up for the strength of an Earth Master. Su Yu tossed it casually, and a bloody light shot out from the jade seal, enveloping Zhuo Wei. Zhuo Wei's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Secret technique of the universe. Zhuo Wei bellowed, biting the tip of his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of the Earthmaster's blood. That blood condensed into a defensive barrier in front of him, forcibly resisting the crimson light. Zhuo Wei's eyes were ferocious. I said one magical treasure is useless. Oh, then two it is. Su Yu took out a female corpse wearing a bamboo hat. The latter's fair hand lightly pressed against Zhuo Wei's chest. Puff! The mighty force instantly pierced through Zhuo Wei's chest, annihilating him from his body to his soul. Zhuo Wei collapsed unwillingly, falling into Zijun's ashes. Your strength seems to have improved a little, Su Yu said. The female corpse in the bamboo hat had been dug out from the Nine Serenities crystal and had been occupied by a wisp of her soul for a long time. However, what surprised Su Yu was that the female corpse's cultivation had improved a little, even though it had not been summoned for many years. The female corpse in the bamboo hat nodded. I wanted to inform you too. This female corpse is very strange. Is she reviving? Reviving? Su Yu stared at the female corpse, slightly doubtful. Could a female corpse that had been dead for tens of thousands of years come back to life? Continue to monitor her. Inform me if anything happens. Su Yu waved his hand and summoned them back. Then, he searched Zhuo Wei's body and found many useful things. One was the token that allowed Zhuo Wei to enter and exit the waning moon Empress Palace. The other was some tasks that the waning moon empress had given him. One of them was to monitor the soul-summoning scholar. Interesting. Su Yu laughed. Both Xiaohao and the waning moon empress were worried about the soul-summoning scholar. One wanted to kill him. One wanted to keep an eye on him. It seems like this person is more powerful and important than I had imagined, Su Yu muttered. Otherwise, the two descendants of the time god wouldn't have been so afraid of the soul-summoning scholar. All right, let's meet this soul-summoning scholar then. Su Yu picked up Zhuo Wei's badge. With a thought, he turned himself into Zhuo Wei's appearance. Be it his soul or his appearance, they were both extremely real. Waning Moon Empress Palace. Zhuo Wei returned calmly. With the token, he could freely enter and exit the hall. The guards nearby were used to it and did not stop them. Master Zhuo, the Empress knows that you have returned and wants to see you. The butler immediately stepped forward, revealing a kind expression. Right now, Zhuo Wei was the favorite of the Waning Moon Empress. Everyone in the Empress Hall was very respectful to him. Okay. Zhuo Wei, no, Su Yu, nodded and went to meet the Waning Moon Empress. Waning Moon Empress Palace. The place was covered with layers of red silk, and the fragrance of pink was overwhelming. Under the cover of heavy gauze curtains, a charming and enchanting woman was leisurely tasting wine while being served by several handsome young men. Empress, Su Yu said respectfully. It's done. The woman waved her hand, and the handsome young men around her left one after another. Come in and talk. The Waning Moon Empress waved her hand, and the 10 layers of gauze curtains parted. Su Yu walked over, but before he could get close, a suction force came over. His heart thumped, and he almost resisted. Fortunately, he suppressed his panic and was sucked over as if nothing had happened. There was a black hole in the palm of the Waning Moon Empress, which was filled with boundless wild winds. After sucking Su Yu over, the Waning Moon Empress gently covered him with a special round pearl. The wild winds immediately stopped. Zhuolang, please don't have any objections. I was just playing with them. You are the one I like the most. As soon as he was sucked over, the Waning Cloud Empress hugged Su Yu from behind. The corners of Su Yu's eyes twitched. What is going on? Zhuo Wei and the Waning Moon Empress actually have such a relationship. And the Waning Moon Empress is actually such a fickle woman. He couldn't help but think of the beautiful and pure Empress Star Rain. In comparison, the two empresses were polar opposites. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Su Yu's mind. What should he do now? Should he obey, or should he resist? This was too much of a test. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu stretched out a finger and touched the chin of the Waning Moon Empress. Now is not the time to fool around. There is something important to do. The Waning Moon Empress smiled charmingly. Zhuolang, you are so naughty. But she really didn't intend to continue. She was attracted by the important matter Su Yu had mentioned. How did it go? The Waning Moon Empress asked. Su Yu said, everything has been done. I have sent Zijuan on his way without anyone knowing. The Waning Moon Empress didn't care. She was concerned about something else. So, did you find any useful information from her memory? Su Yu nodded deeply. Yes. Please take a look. He tossed it into the air, and an image appeared. In the image, the mindful emperor was holding a low-level dominator treasure. The Waning Moon Empress, who was lying on her side, suddenly sat up. Her face was full of surprise. A dominator treasure? How did the mindful emperor get it? Her eyes flickered as she fell into a deep thought. That shouldn't be the case. All the dominator treasures were destroyed in the wilderness of time. Only Xiaohao's people brought back a portion. The Waning Moon Empress was confused. Did Dongming City's treasure come from Xiaohao? If that's the case, doesn't that mean they are also forming an alliance? But not long ago, Xiaohao had given Shiming City a portion of the dominator treasures and formed an alliance. Xiaohao had clearly said that Dongming City and Nanming City were enemies. What did he mean by secretly forming an alliance with Dongming City? Empress, do you think Xiaohao is scheming against us? Xiaohao likes to scheme. Su Yu tried to provoke the Waning Moon Empress. He didn't point it out because the more intelligent a person was, the more they liked to think deeper. As expected, the waning moon empress understood immediately. A grave expression appeared on his face. Could it be that Xiaohao wants Ximing City and Dongming City to fight first so that he can reap the benefits? He would give both sides powerful dominator treasures and let them fight to the death. In the end, Xiaohao would come out to clean up the mess. It was undoubtedly the best plan. After pondering for a long time, the waning moon empress said calmly, "We can't make a decision on this matter for now. Let's wait and see." She looked at Su Yu and praised him. "You did well. Go to the back garden and pick some fruits. Also, don't mention this matter to anyone, including the soul-summoning scholar." Su Yu nodded. "I know. I will keep a close eye on the soul-summoning scholar." Chapter 2655. They were now in the palace of the waning moon queen, so the security was tight. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to spy on their conversation. However, the waning moon queen was still so cautious, which showed how much she feared the soul-summoning scholar. "Goodbye," Su Yu said expressionlessly. "Don't forget to pick the fruit," the waning moon queen reminded him without looking up, lost in thought. Su Yu was stunned. Pick the fruit. The waning moon queen had mentioned it twice. Puzzled, Su Yu secretly searched the souls of the maids who passed by, but they didn't know what picking the fruit was. Is it really picking the spiritual fruit? Su Yu was shocked. Although he didn't find the fruit, he found the way to the back garden, so he walked slowly. As he walked, he thought. He had met the waning moon queen. This woman was smart and capable. Among the descendants of the 4 rulers of the dream-broken realm, she was second only to Xiaohao. However, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with her. The only worry was the soul-summoning scholar. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. Xiaohao had asked Su Yu to kill him at all costs. Even someone as smart as the waning moon queen was afraid. This person might really be extraordinary. As he was thinking, he arrived at the back garden. With Zhuo Wei's identity, Su Yu went all the way to the depths of the back garden. A strange fruit forest came into view. It was a group of black fruit trees, with all kinds of special fruits growing on them. The fruits were of different shapes, but they were full of Taoist energy. Even though he was far away, Su Yu could feel that his body's cultivation was showing signs of increasing. If an ordinary person ate a few of them, he might be able to break through from the early stage of nirvana to the middle stage. However, Su Yu's eyes flashed slightly. The most special thing about the fruit was not its rich Taoist energy. It was that the fruits were condensed from souls. A thought becomes real. Su Yu was slightly shocked. As expected. His guess was right. There was a soul expert who was proficient in a thought becomes real among the waning moon queen's advisors. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the fruits on the tree. However, his pupils shrank slightly when he saw that the fruits were not fruits. They were the souls of living creatures. The soul expert had transformed the souls of living creatures into fruits. If one were to really eat it, one's soul might temporarily sublimate and become stronger, but in the long run, one would be affected by the impurities in one's soul. If it was light, it would cause one to lose consciousness. If it was serious, one's soul would lose its sense of self and be controlled by others. Brothers were, "Why aren't you eating?" A clear voice rang out. When Su Yu came back to his senses, he glanced sideways and saw a blue-clothed youth carrying a tree branch that he had picked up. He said with a smile, his temperament calm and otherworldly. Su Yu could totally guess who this person was. Soul-summoning scholar. Oh. Su Yu casually plucked a fruit and put it into his spatial storage device. The soul-summoning scholar stopped and looked at Su Yu with a faint smile. Brothers were, "Don't you like eating fruits from the backyard? Why keep it?" Su Yu chuckled. "It's rare for the Empress to reward me, so of course I have to keep it and enjoy it." Judging from Zhuo Wei's condition when he died, he did not eat much of this fruit. "Haha, it's just some fruits. You can take as many as you want." The soul-summoning scholar plucked 3 fruits and threw them to Su Yu. Su Yu was extremely vigilant, and he rolled up his sleeves to keep the fruit. When he was about to pick them up, he heard a gnawing sound coming from his sleeves. When he lowered his head to take a look, he saw that the 3 fruits had grown ferocious faces. Their mouths were full of teeth, and they were tearing Suyu's sleeves to shreds. Suyu was startled, but he quickly calmed down. This was just the soul realm, so he did not need to worry too much. Brothers were, you seem quite calm. The soul-summoning scholar wore a faint smile. Suyu looked at him. He had a feeling that the soul-summoning scholar had already seen through him. I'm just pretending to be calm, Suyu said modestly. The soul-summoning scholar put down the scissors and shook his head earnestly. No, you aren't pretending to be calm. You are really calm. This is because you and I are both proficient in the soul realm's ultimate profound meaning, the soul realm, turning true. A smile appeared on his face. It was supposed to be a gentle smile, but now it seemed sinister and evil. We finally meet, Suyu. It turned out that just as Suyu knew about the soul-summoning scholar, he also knew about Suyu's existence. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. The soul-summoning scholar strode over. The fruit forest behind him turned into black smoke and condensed into a whip, which was grasped by his hand. You were able to conjure a lifelike elder Xiao Mo and deceive Zhuo Wei and his group of fools, so you must be someone who has achieved the soul realm. The soul-summoning scholar's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He stared at Suyu without blinking and said in admiration, originally, I planned to fight with you after conquering Nanming City. I didn't expect that you would come to Shiming City and use the soul realm to disguise yourself as Zhuo Wei to barge into the Empress Palace. To be honest, I really admire your courage. He really didn't expect that Suyu would be so daring. You flatter me, Suyu said calmly. I also admire your courage. You actually dared to deceive the waning Moon Empress and her subjects with a living person's soul. Aren't you afraid that the waning Moon Empress will find out and kill you? Hearing this, the soul-summoning scholar laughed. Don't worry. She wouldn't dare. Even if she knew that I did it, she wouldn't dare do anything to me, because she still needs me to deal with Xiaohao. How arrogant. He actually dared to say that he would deal with Xiaohao. Everyone knew how powerful Xiaohao was, but the soul-summoning scholar still dared to say that he could deal with Xiaohao. Perhaps this was the reason why Xiaohao and the waning Moon Empress were so afraid of him. Watch out for my whip. The soul-summoning scholar waved his long whip and lashed at Suyu fiercely. Suyu didn't dodge. It was a whip formed by the soul realm, so it could be changed at the last moment, such as lengthening it. Therefore, it was impossible for him to dodge it. Shield. Suyu willed it, and a giant shield appeared in front of him. Slap. With a muffled sound, the whip lashed at him. The shield was extremely sturdy, and it didn't budge at all. Oh, interesting. It seems like you have cultivated the soul realm for more than a few years. The soul-summoning scholar was surprised. The long whip in his hand suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a long, pitch-black sword. Moreover, two eyes appeared behind the soul-summoning scholar. One eye was a beginner's domain. The other eye was a middle-grade domain. Try again. The soul-summoning scholar laughed and slashed at Suyu again. This sword was obviously more than twice as powerful as the whip just now. This was because he had released a middle-grade domain. Suyu's heart shook, and two eyes appeared on top of his head. As he looked at it, the shield in front of him enlarged endlessly, and it blocked the opponent's long sword. Middle-grade soul realm. The soul-summoning scholar was surprised, and he sized Suyu up. Instead of feeling serious, he laughed heartily. Great. It's been a long time since I last saw an opponent who could make me take him seriously. Suyu, you really surprised me. The soul-summoning scholar laughed heartily. As Suyu's pupils contracted slightly, a third eye appeared on top of his head. High-grade soul realm. Chapter 2656. Again, the soul-summoning scholar shouted crazily. The long sword in his hand turned into a spear. He threw it from afar, and the spear turned into a sharp black arrow, which pierced through the air. Puff. The shield formed by Suyu's one true thought was penetrated by the spear. The spear was unstoppable and was about to hurt him. Suyu's eyes were calm as he displayed the space domain silently. Instantly, the spear was twisted and flew past Suyu's shoulder. The soul-summoning scholar's laughter stopped abruptly. Wait. You are also proficient in the space domain? The soul-summoning scholar was startled. Apparently, this was beyond his expectation. Suyu said calmly, Isn't that what you want? Creak. Countless tiny space domains penetrated into the soul-summoning scholar's body. The next moment, his body was disintegrated into particles by the space domain, which scattered on the ground. The whole garden regained its peace immediately. Only the sound of the battle lingered for a long time. Suyu flew down and said calmly, "Come out. If you die so easily, you will be letting down the realm of one true thought." As he spoke, he waved his hand at a flower in the distance. The flower fell to the ground, but it shattered in midair like a broken mirror. A man walked out from behind the mirror. Both the space domain and the soul domain have reached the middle level. How amazing, the soul-summoning scholar said slowly. There was no madness in his eyes anymore. There was only a deep seriousness in his eyes. It's a pity that you have come to the wrong place. From now on, you will stay in this garden and sleep forever, the soul-summoning scholar said calmly. As he waved his sleeves, the wind and clouds surged. The whole garden started shaking. The four walls kept extending into the sky, turning into a cage with only a gap on the top. The waning moon empress will find out soon. The experts in the Empress Hall will also come here as soon as possible. The soul-summoning scholar said calmly. Suyu's eyes were calm and emotionless. Is that so? He grabbed the sky with his palm. He actually grabbed the sky and pressed it down continuously. The four walls of the courtyard were pressed down until they became smaller and smaller. In the end, they returned to normal. At this moment, looking over with the naked eye, one would discover that there was a small pitch-black array flag above their heads. Emperor Shaohao's solitary nothingness? The soul-summoning scholar frowned when he recognized it. No wonder no one had rushed over despite the huge commotion just now. So that was how it was. Humph. It's fine even if you don't come. I alone am more than enough. The soul-summoning scholar harumphed coldly, and the air around him shuddered as 18 types of divine weapons appeared. Every one of them was a top-notch magic treasure that imitated the time domain. Although it was impossible for it to have the power of a real magic treasure, it could still display a trace of its power. Among them, the Sovereign Lord's treasure was the most powerful. It was an offensive Dharma treasure that Emperor Shaohao had given to the waning Moon Empress. It possessed the power of a heavenly law master. Now that he had materialized it with one thought as real, its power was naturally not as great as the Heaven Dao Masters, but it was more than enough to kill a Dao Master. Destroy. The soul-summoning scholar stood on the spot and pointed a finger forward. Many magical treasures immediately erupted with the power to shake the heavens as they attacked. Suyu's face was calm, and he did not use the soul realm again. These magic treasures of the opponent were all conjured by the high-level soul domain's one thought to become truth. It was very difficult for him to fight against it purely in the soul domain. Future incarnation, Suyu shouted as he weaved signs with his palms and activated the time domain. A Suyu, who looked exactly like him, appeared in front of him. The soul-summoning scholar replied indifferently, "Is there any use in using a true thought before me?" "Wait, this isn't a true thought." He woke up with a start. The Suyu in front of him wasn't just a simple true thought. He had integrated the time domain. Who are you? To actually be proficient in 3 domains at the same time, inconceivable. Suyu calmly said, "I have been entrusted by someone to take your life." The 2 Suyus attacked at the same time, and they were both proficient in exactly the same things. The most terrifying thing was that they were the same person and their minds were connected. Time freeze. Space split. The time domain instantly froze the soul-summoning scholar in place, rendering him unable to move. As for the other Suyu, he used the space division technique to cut the soul-summoning scholar, who couldn't budge an inch, into tiny pieces. The 2 Suyus couldn't help but furrow their brows at the fact that they had killed the soul-summoning scholar so easily. Suyu's main body closed his eyes. Killing curse. He grabbed a speck of dust from the soul-summoning scholar and cursed from afar. The curse extended toward the soul-summoning scholar's true body along the threads of fate. Ah! In the corner of the back garden, an ant that was quietly climbing up the wall among a group of ants suddenly screamed in agony. Then, it transformed from an ant into the soul-summoning scholar. There was a huge death character on his forehead. The death character kept spreading around his body, causing his vitality to be quickly restored. Life recovery. A hint of panic finally appeared on the soul-summoning scholar's face. He immediately used true thought to summon vitality to restore his body. Then, he stared at Suyu fiercely and shouted, "You can't escape." The souls in his body exploded like mist, turning into thousands of wisps and shooting in all directions. There were so many of them that it was difficult to catch them all. As long as one wisp escaped, with his high-level soul domain, he could restore his soul with just a thought. Fate. Reincarnation. Two Suyu used the domain at the same time. One used fate to forcibly connect all of the separated souls with the threads of fate. The other activated the 6 reincarnation gates. Some of the souls were forcibly sucked into the reincarnation gates, while the other souls that were connected to these souls couldn't escape and were sucked in one after another. No. Stop. One soul fragment after another screamed in fear. Once they were baptized by the 6 paths of reincarnation, their memories and cultivation would be washed away, leaving only an empty soul. Explode. The soul-summoning scholar had no choice but to explode the souls that were sucked in. Only then did he cut off the connection of fate between the separated souls. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the souls that participated in the soul-summoning scholar reformed. His face was extremely gloomy at the moment. The descendant of the ancient god Jolong, the soul-summoning scholar said in a serious voice. Without saying a word, the two Suyu used the domain again. Death stare. Time freeze. The 2 domains were used at the same time. The soul-summoning scholar was frozen again, and his soul was forcibly extracted. It was about to be swallowed by the death stare. Suddenly, a round pearl appeared in the soul-summoning scholar's soul. The round pearl released the pressure of the heavenly law master, which crushed all the domains in the sky. This was the life-saving treasure that the soul-summoning scholar had obtained as the descendant of the soul dominator. His face was extremely gloomy. Originally, he wanted to tease Suyu. However, Suyu's unfathomable strength made him suffer a setback. Chapter 2657. Suyu, I will never spare you. The soul-summoning scholar's heart was filled with hatred. To be precise, it wasn't hatred. It was fear. He was terrified to the extreme. Suyu, the successor of the ancient god, had terrifying abilities. It was so terrifying that it sent shivers down one's spine. After saying that, the soul-summoning scholar's soul took the opportunity to break free and dashed toward the Empress Hall. Not only did the Heaven Law Master's defense shatter the domain, but it also broke through solitary nothingness's shield. He believed that at this moment, the Empress Hall had already sensed the abnormality in the back garden. It would only take a short moment for the Empress and the elites of the Earth Path Masters in the Empress Palace to rush over. At that time, Suyu would be doomed. However, how could Suyu allow him to escape? All origins return to origin. Both Suyu took a deep breath at the same time and displayed the 4 great domains. The 8 domains merged into one, turning into a giant cauldron that looked down on the world. The cauldron was towering and heavy. It emanated a might that could suppress the heavens and the earth and suppress the ancient times. Everything in the world, every living thing in the world, could be suppressed for eternity. These were the 8 great domains that Suyu had comprehended after raising his domain to the middle level. He used the 8 most basic domains in the world to build a giant cauldron that suppressed the heavens and suppressed the ancient times. This cauldron contained 8 domains, and could be said to be the strongest domain. Therefore, it was called the All Origins Return. All domains in the world could not escape the framework of the 8 domains. This cauldron represented a world. Rumble, with a dull thud, the giant cauldron fell toward the soul-summoning scholar. The latter's face turned pale with shock. Without hesitation, he split his soul into countless pieces and fled with all his might. However, no matter where he fled to, he was always enveloped by the giant cauldron. Kwong, with a dull thud, the soul-summoning scholar was suppressed by the cauldron. I cannot die. I, the soul-summoning scholar, will become the ruler of the Tao of the soul. The soul-summoning scholar roared in indignation as he struggled. However, it was all in vain. The giant cauldron crushed him. Moreover, the 8 domains continuously weakened his soul, like a blade that continuously stripped his existence. The soul of soul summoning was becoming transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 breaths later. There was only a thin layer of air left in soul summoning, just like water. Less than 1% of his soul was destroyed. With a wave of Suyu's palm, the giant cauldron formed by the 8 great domains dispersed. At the same time, he took out a jade box and sealed the soul summoning scholar's remnant soul within it. He was going to use this to exchange for Xiaohao's time ruler's treasure. After finishing everything, the future clone clasped his fist and left. Suyu quickly left the place. Just as he was about to leave, several figures caught up with him. Among them was the waning moon queen. The soul summoning scholar has been obliterated. One of the Tao lords exclaimed in shock. Who is so powerful? Could it be Xiaohao? The waning moon queen's face was pale and filled with anger. The soul summoning scholar was his trump card. He was actually killed in such a baffling manner. Who did it? The waning moon empress growled. At that moment, Suyu ran to the backyard, panting. Looking at the horrifying backyard, he feigned ignorance. Empress, what happened? The waning moon empress asked with a gloomy expression. Where did you go just now? If she remembered correctly, she had asked Zhuo Wei to come to the backyard to pick fruits. Zhuo Wei said solemnly, I was on my way here when I heard a loud noise, so I came to take a look. Did it take so long to get from her bedroom to the backyard? Empress, are you suspecting me? Suyu smiled bitterly. Hearing his bitter smile, the waning moon empress realized that she was being too paranoid. With Zhuo Wei's strength, he couldn't even cut a hair off the soul summoning scholar, let alone obliterate him. You were the closest to this place. Did you find anyone suspicious? The waning moon queen asked. Suyu pondered for a moment, then said, Empress, during the time I was away, did you recruit any women who are proficient in the space law? Huh? The waning moon queen's eyes turned grave. No. Who did you find? On my way here, I vaguely saw the back of a young woman. She left through the watery space law, Suyu said seriously. The waning moon queen pondered. Water-like space law? Suddenly, her eyes shone brightly. You must be talking about the space domain. Suyu said hurriedly, she left in a hurry, so I didn't have time to judge. But, only the descendants of the Space Master have the space domain, right? How could it appear in our time domain? Crack. The flagstone under the waning moon queen's feet shattered with a crack. A wisp of uncontrollable, frenzied energy was flickering on the surface of her body. She clenched her right fist, her face filled with great anger. Isn't there a descendant of the Space Master in our dream-severed realm? The waning moon queen thought of Xiaohao's mysterious advisor, Yangran. Combined with the information brought back by Zhuo Wei, Xiaohao had secretly handed over a part of the Space Master's treasures to Dongming City. The waning moon queen's doubts disappeared completely. Xiaohao was definitely not forming an alliance with them on purpose. He was really planning to reap the benefits of the third party. Empress, are you talking about Yangran, the woman beside Great Emperor Xiaohao? Suyu pretended to think about it and said, it shouldn't be. Why would Xiaohao attack our soul-summoning scholar? The waning moon queen said coldly, there is no need to doubt it. It must be Xiaohao. He wanted to get rid of the soul-summoning scholar for a long time. When we formed an alliance last time, Xiaohao's eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at him. I didn't expect him to really dare to attack us. Damn it. Suyu was secretly amused. Why did he pretend to be Zhuo Wei and create the illusion that Xiaohao and Dongming City were cooperating? It was all for this moment, so he could easily wash away suspicion. The pitiful waning moon queen did not understand that she had fallen into Suyu's trap from the very beginning. Moreover, Suyu had also predicted what the waning moon queen would do next. Moreover, he had set up another set of traps. Empress, how should we deal with Beiming City? Should we make a decision, or should we continue to form an alliance? Suyu asked. The waning moon queen's eyes flickered as she said, of course we continue to form an alliance. You must pretend this never happened, and do not spread the word. Suyu continued to sow discord. But what should we do about this debt? Are we just going to swallow this humiliation? The waning moon queen laughed coldly. Am I someone who will suffer losses? He killed my people, so I can't kill his? Swoosh, the waning moon queen took out a flag, which was filled with a powerful sealing power. Zhuwei, you will take this flag and lead 3 strong road masters to assassinate the strong martial artist beside Xiaohao, Yangran. Su Yu laughed to himself. As expected, the waning moon queen's next step was to take revenge on Xiaohao and assassinate Yangran. Her actions were not difficult to predict. The waning moon queen was a vengeful person, and she had a cruel nature. How could he allow himself to suffer such a huge loss? Hence, she would definitely take revenge. Chapter 2658. Su Yu feigned fear. Empress, aren't you overestimating me? That Yangran is the descendant of the Space Master. How could I kill her so easily? The waning moon empress held the sealing flag, her eyes cold. Don't worry, if I wasn't confident, why would I let you do it? This flag can be considered half a ruler's treasure. Once activated, it can unleash the powerful sealing power of a later stage tunnel master, sealing off all nearby space. Yanran's most powerful ability is the space domain. But if even space is sealed off, what power does she have? It was not easy to obtain this flag. The waning moon empress had intended to use it in the contest for the ruler. Now, for revenge, she had to use it first. Su Yu solemnly accepted the flag. I will not let you down. I swear to complete the mission with my life. Perhaps his resolute attitude had opened her heart. The waning moon empress' eyes were gentle. Zhuwei, you have done so much for me, but I have never repaid you. When you return, I will give you everything you want. Oh. Zhuwei had thought of asking for something. The waning moon empress' trust in Zhuwei was extraordinary. Zhuwei was a traitor of the Star Rain Empress. As for traitors, no one was willing to trust them. It could be seen that Zhuwei had been a subordinate of the waning moon empress before he became the personal guard of the Star Rain Empress. I don't dare ask for anything. I just want to do my best to help the Empress, Su Yu said. The waning moon empress nodded gently. Go. When you return, I will give you what you want. I will take my leave. Soon, Su Yu traveled with the 3 tunnel masters personally dispatched by the Empress to Beiming City. The 3 tunnel masters had been trained by the waning moon empress for many years. They did not have their own names, only code names. Lord Zhuo, RDA, R and Arsan are all at your command, the 3 of them said respectfully. Their respect was not just because Zhuwei's abilities were slightly higher than theirs. It was more because Zhuwei was the waning moon empress' trusted aide. Okay. Su Yu nodded, then stepped onto the transportation between cities. A year later. Beiming City. Su Yu was filled with emotions as he returned to the city. When he first came here, he had almost been cornered by Xiaohao. The 3 of you, follow my plan and proceed like this. The 3 of them immediately dispersed and went about their own business. Su Yu walked on the street with his hands clasped behind his back. After a few seemingly unintentional walks, he arrived at a decent manor. With a thought, he teleported into the manor. There were groups of maids and guards patrolling the manor. An elegant and beautiful woman was playing the zither in the courtyard. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and turned around. Looking at the bamboo-hatted man in front of him, he immediately bowed. Greetings, Creator. Welcome back, Creator. Su Yu took off his bamboo hat and revealed his true appearance. It's been 10 years, yet you still remember it. Su Yu sighed. The woman in front of him was none other than a living creature that Su Yu had left behind in the Beiming City. A creature that had been created on the spot. She was still holding the white feather gate left behind by Su Yu. I dare not forget the Creator's orders. The woman lowered her head. Su Yu had only left her some time crystals and asked her to find a place to settle down. She never thought that after so many years, she would use those crystals of time to build her own family. Do you have a name? Su Yu asked. The woman hesitated for a while, then said, yes, Wen Shui. A creature that was created without any memories would not have a name. Who named you? My lover. Oh. Does she already have a lover? Are you already married? Su Yu frowned slightly. He did not object to the marriage of the creatures he created, except for those who had a mission. Wen Shui dare not. The woman said in fear and trepidation, Wen Shui remembers the Creator's kindness and never dares to forget it. I dare not marry. Su Yu's eyebrows relaxed. He looked at Wen Shui deeply and said, Do you still have the thing I gave you? Yes. Wen Shui immediately took out the intact white feather gate. It was obvious that she had put a lot of effort into it. Su Yu reached out to take it, stroked it, and slowly stood up. Your mission has been completed. Enjoy your life to the fullest. As his voice fell, Su Yu's figure became blurred and floated away. Too much time had passed, and she already had her own consciousness and life, so she was no longer suitable to manage the white feather gate. Wen Shui's body trembled, and she said sadly, Creator, don't abandon me. Unfortunately, Su Yu had already left. Wen Shui knelt for a long time before she stood up dejectedly. Her heart was empty, and she had no one to rely on. Right at that moment, a figure barged in. Wen Shui, look what I brought back for you. A young man in a fur coat walked in with a smile. He was none other than the Beast Slave King. He was a young man who was good at enslaving beasts and was imprisoned in the Holy Light Palace. Ever since he escaped, he had been wandering in the extraterrestrial world. It was not until the extraterrestrial world was shattered that he was lucky enough to come to an 8-star civilization. But he was still muddle-headed, until one day, he met a pure and beautiful human girl by the river. She looked lost and sad, and she kept asking who she was as she looked at the water in the stream. At that moment, the Beast Slave King's heart was touched. For the first time in his life, he had the urge to protect that girl. With his help, the girl gradually got to know the world, and at the same time, she got a name, Wen Shui. The Beast Slave King walked in, and found Wen Shui staring at the sky absent-mindedly, tears streaming down her face. Wen Shui, what happened to you? The Beast Slave King ran over immediately, feeling sorry for her. Wen Shui sobbed. The Creator has been here. Ah, he's here. The Beast Slave King looked around. Where is he? He abandoned me and left. He said that my mission is done, Wen Shui said sadly, as if she had lost her pillar of support. The Beast Slave King hugged Wen Shui and said softly, it's okay, I'm still here. Is it my fault? Why did the Creator abandon me? Wen Shui couldn't help asking. The Beast Slave King looked at the sky, and said slowly, no, the Creator gave you freedom. He paused, and said, if there's a chance, I will repay the Creator and thank him for giving you your existence. So, don't worry, okay? Only then did Wen Shui nod, and she snuggled into the Beast Slave King's arms. Slave, you are the best person in the world, second only to the Creator. Wen Shui felt a little relieved. The best. The Beast Slave King felt a stabbing pain in his heart, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. In the past, he really wasn't a good person. He could even be described as evil. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been imprisoned by the Holy Light Palace for so many years. However, only in front of Wen Shui, he was clean, clear, and kind. Although it was just a lie, he still wanted to protect it, and didn't want it to be destroyed. Back to Su Yu. He came to a restaurant. I need to create another living creature. He sighed and sent a message to Yang Ran.